It's just you, sir.
Oh, hello, folks, and welcome to another Victory Never Sleeps. Wasn't quite sure if we were on yet or not. As we are, we're moving along in the next series. We're following the Bellows translations from the website volusbau.org. If you're able to follow along with us, please by all means go to that website and you can follow along there. If you have any other translations and you want to bring some stuff up from any of the other translations, we highly welcome it. We have no particular preference of translations other than personal preferences, but from a studying and theosophical standpoint, we open all of them. And we're moving into an interesting one. But before we get into that, let's go over some news. So remember, too, if you have people that might be interested in this and you're wanting to share, we are streaming from X. We're streaming from Entropy, Twitch, Odyssey, VK, Rumble, and YouTube. So if you're on any of those platforms other than YouTube, great, excellent. If you know somebody or that might be interested, notify them now. Have them come on down. Remember, too, our questions are not fielded. You ask them and we answer them. So, and we try to answer them honestly and openly and with as swift. I guess sometimes the questions can get pretty deep and like with no research ahead of time and no preparation ahead of time. It gets kind of fun. It's definitely keeps me and Asatru on our toes. Let's see. So also we have yes, on Friday. On Friday we will release a audio version of this recording. If you can't watch it now, or if you're driving, I know some of the VNSs can get pretty dang long. So driving around and listening to them is a great way to do that, and that is on Spotify, audio, on and iHeartRadio. Links are in the description. Also, make sure that if you can, it really supports us if you click like and subscribe to the Asatru Folk Assembly. We have lots of great information that comes out from here. It is our primary source for, telling folks straight from our mouths what we feel, think, and how we project forward and where we see Asatru going in the future. Let's see. Don't forget, we have merch. So if you want to support us in other ways, you can support us in different types of merch. T-shirts, Asatru Academy, and of course, the Asatru disapproval T-shirt or stickers, really, too, to adorn the back of your car. So you can look at the people that are riding on your coattails. You can look at them disapprovingly, as they should be ashamed of themselves. So that's good. Also, new merch in the Nordstrom store, still available. Lots of good stuff. Remember too, they got a hoodie and stuff, but they got a really good summer selection because it is in Florida, and they're ready for they're built for the hot weather. So you're going to get the tees, you're going to get the nice summer dress style tank top and light t-shirt, but they do have a hoodie for the nighttime. So make sure you get some of that. Remember too, you can also get merch from all the districts as well, and don't be afraid to. You can donate here on the stream, buying us a cup of coffee. And we have some, events coming up. I don't know if you wanted to cover that with, upcoming I mean, it is so close to midsummer now as we move.
It is coming up quick. It's shaping up to be a big one. We've got a whole lot of people set to show up so far to Midsummer at Odenshof in Brownsville, California. If you don't know where the Hof's at, coming up 21st through the 23rd of June. And it's going to be fantastic. Look forward to seeing everybody there. Likely to be our biggest event of the year, but that's never a guarantee. But it is going to be a fantastic event. And that is a guarantee. Following that, in July, we're going to have Sigerbloat at Sigerheim. That's a very special one. This will be the second annual Sigerbloat at Sigerheim. The second year we've had the property. It is a beautiful, magical, amazing spot, and I would love to share that with all of you. So if you guys can be there, you should. That's in Jackson County, Tennessee. And then following that, in August, we're going to have Freyfaxi at Baldershof, 16th through the 18th of August. Love to see you guys there. That is in Murdoch, Minnesota. These events that we're plugging are kind of the signature event for each of these locations for the year. At every one of the places I've mentioned, at all of our Hofs and at Sigerheim, we have a celebration of our holy days once a month. So we invite you all to go check those out. If you can't make it to one of these, special national events, they're still there and they're still up in service, honoring our gods and gathering our folk every month. So we'd love to see you guys there if and when you guys can make it. Also, May has been fantastic when it's come for donations for Njordshof. Some of you may not know, but that's how we figure out, that's how we get to getting to Freyhof, is by paying off the loan that we have out for Njordshof. We've made a lot of progress on that, and in just May alone, we've made 3 additional payments on the loan, and we're almost to the threshold to make a 4th. So thank you guys so much for donating. Anybody who wants to donate, it's much appreciated, and we will gladly appreciate it. Anybody who donates either in one chunk or cumulatively, 500 or more towards the payoff of any of these Hofs, gets their name on the plaque, the donor plaque, and that's just a way to show our appreciation and kind of memorialize the help and effort and generosity that you put forward to make those Hofs happen. But yeah, thank you. And if you want to contribute, Nick posted the link. If you're listening to this at runestone.org, we have a donate link. If you go there, you can donate to any of the causes that we currently have up. But yeah, thank you everybody who's been generous. Also, instructions on how to participate if you want to donate during this for any of the little bells and whistles or any of that fun stuff in the description of this video. Trying to get any other top of the show notes for you guys. Producer Nick has been hard at work on updating our site. I know that's something I talked about earlier this year. We had plans to do, ran into a little hitch on the folks that were working with it. Nick has picked up the slack and has done a really beautiful job. I'm looking forward to getting that up and ready for you guys as soon as that is possible. Other stuff, those of you that may or may not know, this comes out on Fridays as a regular podcast on Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Spotify, iHeartRadio. So feel free to consume it that way or share that with folks that's how they like to consume their podcasts. Anybody from any of our platforms that are watching this live, BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble, YouTube, VK, Entropy, and Twitter. You're welcome to ask your questions, and we will answer all of those. This is one of our lore episodes, so we going to kind of see how it goes sometimes with the questions over on the side on what we answer. And when we answer it, we'll answer everything, but we may save the questions that aren't specifically lore based or about the lore that we're talking about until, I don't know, until we take a break or until we're done with the lore we're going to cover for the night. So hang on. If you don't hear your question get answered, we will get to it. It just may take till we're at a convenient stopping point or until we end the show. But we look forward to those, and we appreciate everybody who asks questions in that way. It's an important part of what we do. It's how we generate a lot of the content that's really valuable. You may think that your question, I don't know, you may hesitate or think it's dumb, whatever you might think, and it might be. I don't know until I see it. But one thing that happens though is sometimes things that you're thinking that you don't say, there's probably a lot of other people thinking too. And so when we get questions, even when sometimes we repeat ourselves on stuff, people who haven't heard it before get to hear it for the first time, and I think that does help people. Hope so anyway. As always, we are going over the Bellows translation of this particular Eddic poem. Nick threw up a link there for the website that Witan Svan and I will be referencing. So take a second and get that loaded up. And if you have a different translation or whatever you'd like to use, we certainly welcome that. And they may put things in a little bit different way and kind of add a different angle on it. I think that's good. I got this nagging feeling like there's another thing to mention, but if I figure it out throughout the program, I will take advantage of. We never know how to really forecast whether we're going to make it all the way through one of these in one episode or whether we're going to do it over a series of episodes. So we'll see where the night takes us. No matter where it takes us, though, we're going to have a special episode for you guys next week. That's going to be the 100th episode of Victory Never Sleeps. We got some different stuff planned for that. We're looking forward to, I don't know, getting a lot of different folks on who maybe some for the first time, maybe certainly folks we've had on before to come on and celebrate and to talk to you guys and answer questions and enjoy our 100th episode. So that'll be 1 week from today. Wow. It's hard to believe it's already been 99 episodes tonight. That's fantastic. I appreciate you guys being here for it and being such a big part of this. Some of this, the Lord provides us stuff to talk about, but a lot of the time it's y'all's questions and engagement that really make this show as immersive for the audience as it is. So thank you guys for that. With that, I am ready. Svan, are you ready to?
I am ready. I have the
background they may need before we dip right in.
I have chat coming in from our Gothar doing a separate discussion over in our in the organization, and it's pinging every time it comes up. So now I'm like, oh no, and I don't know how to actually turn that volume down specifically without turning all the volume down. So this is going to be interesting. Please excuse me if you hear a ping, and also too, the jets are out flying tonight, so there might be a odd kind of background noise. That's them. They're flying around my house, so there is that. As far as logistics go, the story, on the other hand, very, very interesting story to come into. I think first off, most people need to realize it's going to be short. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be all over the place. It's going to get really, really interesting. This is one of those poems that really does not follow the formats of the other poems or the encyclopedic poems. This is going to really, really work a nerve on me here. Let me see.
It's fine. Just shut it down.
Yeah, it keeps coming up on notifications.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just kill it in the background, the Teams app.
Let me see. Hopefully without losing anything. Let's see if we can close that. Ooh, not that. Wrong one.
Do some tech support live, sir.
Here. All right, let's see if it comes back on or not.
All right.
Yeah. So, yeah, because I have my team's chat in the background going off, and apparently it's decided to ping every time someone makes a comment. So that is going to be interesting. Even though the window's not up, it's just notifying me and letting me know.
Julie Storm, seriously, I see you over in the chat. Just throwing this out there before we get going. You should absolutely come to Sigerblood at Sigerheim. I would love to see you there. I'd love to see you and your family there if you can. It's fantastic. It's a really cool spot. We'd love to have you there. So if you can do it, you should absolutely make that happen. Anyway, back to our program. Svan, first and foremost, Hárbarðsljóð. What does that mean?
Okay, it is the song. Ljóð is a song or a reciting of, or the story of Hárbarð. Hárbarð is the long beard or high beard or one of high station beard. It is in essence, much as Lord Odin is referred to as Hár, the high one. Hárbarð is the high beard or the wise beard, the one that has been around for a long time. And oftentimes it's called the Greybeard, the story of Greybeard, or the story of the ferryman and Thor. You might see that again, like with oftentimes with Thor and Giant Land and so on and so forth. The common name being Thor and the Greybeard, or the ferryman. This is an interesting one for a couple of reasons. One, it really emphasizes some of the Nordic branch having its own connections to Pan-Aryanism that are sometimes very, very clear. The other is that it kind of shows some connections to elsewhere, specifically in the European proper. So I just to kind of back it up, one of the things that is really important for the audience to remember when we talk about, and we have talked about, the tripartite, and we talk about the dominions or the thrones of the tripartite, and how, say, the Nordic branch saw the dynamic throne as the most important, and there Lord Odin sits. The catalytic throne, and of course there, oftentimes Pan like Aryan European, the striker often always is in the catalytic throne, except when we get to like the Romans and the Greeks. And then we have the stasis throne. And in this case, we see something between what would ultimately be the dynamic throne and the catalytic throne. And that's what we're looking at here with Odin in disguise and Thor coming to cross a river. Now, I've heard some crazy hypotheses coming out of people recently saying that, no, this isn't Odin, this is Loki. I think these hypotheses are kind of pushed by some scholastic people of the late 1800s and early 1900s, and I think they're really trying to shoot in the dark at this, and I think it's one of the most preposterous theories, because and this is just something I would recommend everybody write down to take a look at, is one of the major things. This poem reflects a similar story in one of our Aryan cousins' myth cycle, and it is specifically the Slavs. In Rodonovary, there is a huge battle or adversarial struggle between Perun, the striker, and Veles, the lord of magic, death, and he has the ability to turn himself into a serpent and all of those things. So I believe that, much like the Nordic stories like the Volsunga sagas that reflect happenings in Germany, and having characters like Atli, who is Attila, the stories are not only encapsulated in the Nordic realm. They clearly have many connections to the mainland. And I think that this story in particular mirrors the Slavic struggle between the striker and the dynamic of the Slavs, that I would argue that this seems to be a story that has come up the Volga River, Baltic side. And by the time it was recorded in the late 12th century, 13th century, it's reflective of that. And it's also really worth remembering that in all Aryan branches, the struggle of the catalytic throne, Thor, Perun, Tyrannus of the Gauls, or Hercules in that form, about the concept of dealing with the dynamic throne, the concept of dealing with going into the underworld, or actually the lack thereof. The catalytic throne always, it doesn't matter what branch, seems to not tread into the underworld, which is another reason why I kind of took a gripe against some folks suggesting that all the gods like go down into the underworld, because one of the big ones is that the Lord of Heaven and Earth, the striker, he doesn't desanctify himself by stepping into the place that has no order, that has no time, and that's pretty prevalent throughout all of the unless he changes his form. The Slavs do have a story where he goes into the underworld in the form of a baby, but that's technically not him in a sense, and that the earth, or the under earth, the place away from time, could draw away the power of the catalytic throne. So that's kind of what's playing here. I think that this is a reflection of that story that has influenced and come up into the Nordic, and you can kind of see a lot of that in the stories. I've often wondered about like how much Gaulish or Celtic stuff has influenced or come up as well. I know you see it more in the sagas than you do, say, in the Eddas, but looking into some of that as well. This is about Thor coming from the eastern lands, and he's making his way over a river. There's a story in the Slavic where Perun comes to a river. He ends up splitting the river on his own accord. But again, the catalytic lord coming to liminal spaces, coming over water, coming over rivers, and passing through rivers is a common Aryan mythos kind of challenge or story set that happens in all the branches of the Europeans, especially. So in this case, Thor is coming to a river, and he's transferring in between two worlds, and there is a ferryman there, and the ferryman is belligerent to him. He ends up kind of trying to command the ferryman to come over, and the ferryman refuses, and then there is an exchange of insults. That's another thing worth noting, is that as opposed to, say, describing some sort of power transfer or a kind of, again, a fight or an adversarial challenging. This one is done in the quintessential Nordic style. One of the biggest forms of fighting back then was, of course, in like poetic slurs or poetic insults at each other. And those that could tell or look back on past grievances and be able to convincingly lay them out. We see a little bit of this in Beowulf with I believe Wunferth, and we also see it again in Lokasana, and also in the sagas, in which skalds or bards would trade these kind of poetic jabs at each other. And that is 100% what's going on here. It's appealing to the popularity of what was going on at the time, as far as like your audience getting into it. Was because the audience was very much into watching skalds trade these barbs. So that's really what this story is reflecting.
It's important. It would be really cool if Gothar from, I don't know, 200, 300 years prior had written all these things down as instructional religious text. But that's not the form it came to us in. It's very often the recitation of stories clean. Sometimes it's done as a way to teach stories to new and upcoming storytellers. Sometimes it's done as a lesson in meter and poetic verse. Sometimes it comes like this. But the thing is, in all of those tellings and all of those pieces, like chunks of truth are thrown at you. There's truths expressed, there's things learned and referenced that help you understand the other stories that are maybe less, maybe more overtly representing our lore. So you don't need to literally, wonder why Odin and Thor are getting in a petty, diss contest, like rap battle across the thing. That's not the point. The point is the setting. The point is the bits of information back and forth, the clues to identity, all the detail work in there is the point. So, mine, our lore takes a little bit of effort, and it's really kind of special that way because there's often so many layers to it. So, are we ready to start?
Yeah, I think we are. I wanted to emphasize too that a lot of folks out there that are trying to say or twisting the story to kind of rationalize it. No, this can't be Lord Odin. This has to be Loki. Is a stretch that I really, really was like, whoa, where is this? Like, it's kind of it's again what we call about pigeonholing the gods. It's about kind of formulating the gods into the holes we want, and instead of simply looking around and seeing the reflection of the adversarial tones, especially between the striker or the catalytic and the dynamic lords of the Slavic branch. So highly recommend people look that up and don't take too I think some more of the fanciful ideas that seem to be floating around out there. For anybody that's been watching the VNS, you know that a lot of these stories kind of come out with a little primer, some longer than others. This one is very, very short.
Before we get into it, and I know I just kind of kicked in the spurs, but there's a couple people to acknowledge first. Ronald Blake, as always, donated $50 to a folk services mission that we're working on right now. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sarah gave us $25, says, hail the AFA and those loyal to it. Indeed. And thank you very much. We appreciate it. And Gilbert donated $50 also to help that family in our folk services. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. With that, let's get into it.
Yeah, I see people like suggesting that the Gothar need to have insulting rap battles when we meet. Yeah, again, sometimes it is about lore, and in this case, though, it's about kind of little Easter eggs as the insults fly, and it becomes pretty interesting. And it does also paint some conceptions of masculinity, about magic. A lot of these things are going to be seen in this story, and we can kind of expound on those. But starting out, Thor was on his way back from a journey in the east. He's coming from Jotunheim. He's coming from the middle world, the middle range. He's coming from the place that exudes dissipation and resistance, and often takes from the middle world. And he came to a sound. On the other side of the sound being a land, a type of, like a sound, or like a bay, or a large wide river. On the other side of the sound was a ferryman with a boat. And Thor called out, "Who is the fellow yonder on the farther shore of the sound?" The ferryman spoke. "What kind of a peasant is yon that calls o'er the bay?" So now we have two uses of the, he's using the sound and bay. And of course, these are usages of the river or the inlet that they've come to. Thor speaks, "Ferry me over the sound. I will feed thee, therefore, in the morning. A basket I have on my back, and food therein none better. At leisure I ate, ere the house I left, of herring and porridge, so plenty I have." So a couple of things with this one is, this is not the only story of Lord Thor carrying a basket on his back. If anybody is familiar with Lord of the Rings, the elf lord Erandel comes from the Nordic story of Thor carrying Arvidul on his back. And that's an interesting story. We'll save that for another time. But it's mentioned before about the basket on his back. And he's saying, I've eaten lightly at the hall that I was at, and was gifted with much food for my trip. So I have plenty to share. So ferry me over, and I'll feed you for the morning. And the ferryman speaks again in number 4. "Of thy morning feats art thou proud, but the future thou knowest not wholly. Doleful thine home coming is, thy mother methinks is dead." So this is where it starts to get interesting. You have to bear in mind that I think this is a huge reflection of the Slavic stories, but it's also not meant to be entirely true, and it starts off that way. So it's not one of those lore poems where you can say, "Oh, well, Hárbarð said that Thor's mother is dead." Jarth, the the progenitor of, or I mean the progenitor of many of the Vanir and of Frigga, and that she's dead. And some people have also read into this that it might mean that the earth is no longer fruitful, or that he's somehow failing in his duties. That's fair enough yet, but it's just worth noting that not everything that's to be said is 100% true, and that's the play on the insulting game. The game is built around whether or not you can make people believe it to be true by how well you wordcraft your insults. And so bear that in mind. Hárbarð, the gray bearded, is rolling out pretty heavy with mom jokes right out the gate. So yeah, he says, you're so proud of your feats, but you won't be proud much longer. When you finally get home, you're gonna find out that your mother is dead, and your boastfulness will drain out of you. Thor speaks in verse 5. He says, "Now hast thou said what to each must seem the mightiest of griefs, that my mother is dead." So, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. He's just saying, you're telling me what is clearly a baleful news for any man, to find out that his mother has passed. And that's kind of also denoting the idea, like, wow, the gloves, they're off right out the gate. And that sets the tone for what's going to be going on here. In verse 6, the ferryman speaks. "3 good dwellings methinks thou hast not. Barefoot thou standest, and wearest a beggar's dress. Not even hose dost thou have." Couple of things there. One, people have proposed the idea that this might be some sort of reflection of a class argument between the warrior class, or the kingly priestly class, and the workman's class, because of the referencing to him being a peasant. And I think that it's completely wrong. Really what this is when you insult a warrior by saying he's a simple peasant. And the reason why, I mean, you might think, why would he be insulted by that? It's because the dynamic of our ancestor society was built around the idea that there are those who produce, and there are those who are willing to fight and die for the producers, and to protect and expand and grow stronger. And so that's where the source of the barb is that, oh, you're not a warrior, you're just a simple farmer. And so I think that the class idea that some people have tried to interject in this story is a little, or greatly misplaced, I would say. So in 7, Thor speaks out. He says, "Steer thou hither the boat, and landing here shall I show thee. But who's the craft that thou keepest on the shore?" Oh, sorry, I wanted to address the hose comment from the earlier verse. It is worth remembering too, a common way in which menfolk then they would wear like woolen pants and socks that were attached together, and they were often in the Nordic style were very, very tight, as opposed to, say, like the Moscow Easterner Northmen that wore oftentimes very large pants, because of their influence with the Middle East. So even to the point where they're actually still common in Iceland to wear these woolen undergarments because of the rain and the snow. And there's many stories of sailors like dropping out of their boats, and the only reason why they were saved was because of these kind of woolen I guess like hose. They're not pantyhose, they're woolen. If you're not into wool, they're very, very itchy, but
The long johns.
the long johns, perfect. Yeah. So these, and he's saying, you don't even have your basic level of clothing. You wear clothes like a beggar, and you don't even have 3 good dwellings. That part there is interesting because I think it refers predominantly to the common farm household of the central house or hall, and the oftentimes the either the slave quarters, or a like for the thralls, or secondary usage house like for blacksmithing, and then the third was oftentimes foodstuffs, or where the water was kept and things like that. So the exact meaning as to why he said 3 good dwellings, methinks does not denote that he fully has revealed that he knows he's talking to Lord Thor. It's not specifically speaking of Lord Thor's halls, but that you don't even have a basic farmhouse with the halls that it needs in order to function. The ferryman speaks in 8. He says, Hildolf is he who bade me have it, a hero wise. His home is at the Rathsea Sound. And it's translated in Old Norse as Rathseyar Sundi, the sound of Rathsea. He bade me no robbers to steer, and no stealers of steeds, but only worthy men, and those whom well do I know. Say now thy name, if over the sound thou wilt fare. So, it's interesting. This gives kind of a sense of location. Who is Rathsea? It's not really known. It's simply just stated. And again, this is giving context to the idea that the ferryman is in the service of someone nearby, or that owns the land around it, and that I'm not supposed to give anybody a ride, just anybody a ride, so you can't just call me over. And in 9, Thor speaks. Oh, my name indeed shall I tell, though in danger I am, and all my race. I am Odin's son, Miley's brother, and Magni's father, the strong one of the gods. With Thor now speech canst thou get, and now would I know what name thou hast. So a couple of things on this one too. First off, the detriment to his race. Speaking here, he's talking about the threat, the ever-present threat of the Jotuns that are seeking to besiege heaven. And he is talking about his stock. He's talking about his people. They're under, and I think that this is one of those big contentious points where people have a tendency to view Jotuns as being of a different race, even though Lord Odin's mother and uncle are Hrimthursar of Niflheim. It's because of the usage of this word that he says of his race, but it is of his people that are in danger, and he is Odin's son and Miley's brother. Now, Miley is an interesting one. There is some confusion about Miley and his divine stature, or whether or not he is divine. Some folks believe that and it's kind of alluded to that Miley may have been an ascended human, and he is not mentioned in the list of the Aesir at all, and he has very little mentioning outside of this as being the son of Lord Odin, and it doesn't really expound too much upon this. And it kind of lends, I think, to many of the sons of Odin possibly being in the descendancies of kings. And I don't know if the significance of Miley in relation to the fact that there might have been someone by that name who had claimed descendancy from Lord Odin. And that's another interesting one. Definitely, if you're writing notes down, put a question mark next to that. Take a look into that, because that's a very interesting little segue to go off on.
I want to kind of add something a little bit to the concept of race to our ancestors. As our understanding of the world evolved as people, those terms kind of broadened a bit. Whereas today, when we think of the term race, it's very large subsections of humanity that share a common origin and a common race. And without that's become what the default is. And what we tend to think of other subsects within a race, we think of as ethnicities. Oftentimes, archaically, Europeans, I think how to put this, they saw themselves as a very distinct thing, and other, what we would call different races of people, were very, very different if they even knew of their existence. So when they talked about amongst the races of what they understood to be men, they meant like different ethnicities of Europeans. So very often, they would talk about the Saxon race, or the Norse race, or the German race, or the Gaulish race. And keeping that in mind, that wasn't uncommon to take a bride from one of these other ethnicities, and that be a thing. Much like our gods and the Jotuns have obviously a very common source. They're the same kind of substance. They're even evolved from the same ancestors, but they are different groupings of the same, what we would call race, but kind of to a degree different ethnicities, in the sense that they're different categories of being, but they share that same common root that bonds them together. They're from the same source. As I mentioned, the gods are descended from Jotnar, just like the same Jotnar that Thor goes to the east to battle.
Yeah, the usage of the word too is very interesting. The word "eðlis" is what is mentioned in stanza 9 on the second row. Thought exeker sek, even though in danger, I'm in danger, or I'm threatened. Oktil alles eðlis, as well as the people who I am naturally connected to. And that would imply, again, through marriage and through bonding. Some of the interesting thing, the word eðlis can be used in many different ways, but it means by that of nature, or that which is the correct and moral way of nature. So for someone to be, say, against nature, let me see, they would have let me see, the Eðlis law, or the laws of nature, and then there was or the natural condition or quality about which things come about, the native intelligence, or but there is I just had it here. and it means like evli and evlis is that of the nature of the thing. So menfolk, tribe folk are producers of children, and that's what he's referencing to. So I am a natural product of my people. It would be the kind of the equivalency of what he's saying. I am the production of what is normal amongst my folk, which is to have children. And it's you could also see it like in the usage of like um the eagle's nature or the wolf's nature or the serpent's nature or the bull's nature, whatever it might be. That's the usage of the word. And I just saw here oh, okay, I see. It wasn't the actual, so it's natarliu, that which is against nature, and the origin or extraction from the normal. And again, too, it's worth remembering that the referencing of that which happens as nature is not that nature is completely open and just subjective, but that humans have a nature, wolves have a nature, and what the biggest difference is again, humans have morals. We know that animals sometimes eat their young or will even mate with their children simply because of like hormonal sense. We as humans know that's wrong. So just because incest and infanticide happens in nature doesn't mean that we should do it, because it is not within our nature. So,
And that's important to note. Svan has said nature an abundance of times to describe this. Rightly so. When you look at the root of nature, it is the same root as nation. It is a people sharing a common origin and a common law, as it were, of what defines their type. And I think that's one of those things here. And you also see that in even smaller groups where people are representing a family or a clan. Like, no, that's not what my people do. Like, we're, of this kind of nature. They have individual characteristics that define them as a group, them as a people. But that's kind of a side thing, but it is relevant to so much of our lore and so much of what we talk about. And it's important to note that the terms of groupings, the world was much smaller, and when they talk about distinctions, they're talking about distinctions amongst white folks most often. There's very few references to people outside of that, because there simply wasn't contact with those people. They weren't part of their world and their experience almost at all. I think in all of our lore that I'm aware, there's very little reference to that, other than Skraelings being, the inhabitants they found in North America. Not a lot of talk to that. The Sami as well.
Well, and also Blaumaður. Blaumaður is blue men, and that's because there was no like particular word for black. Mm-hmm. It was just various shades of blue. And so Blaumaður were a reference to the people that were living in the sub-Saharan, but many of them had come up, and because the trade routes and a lot of the Islamic world had already built slave routes coming from those areas and bringing them up and over the Saharan desert. By the time the Norsemen were there, they referred to these sub-Saharan Africans as Blaumaður, blue men.
And that's the thing, when they're talking about, these big differences in groupings of people, it's what today we would consider very, very small differences, because the bigger differences we know today as different races of people were like a whole different order of thing than what they were used to. And there was a much greater foreignness to that. So it's kind of, you have to relate the terminology to what their world experience was, not to the diversity that we experience in 2024.
And one of the roots too of the word, the word ethlis, also has similarities to Othal, so like ancestral land or the nature of the land around the folk. This, of course, is more speaking about the action of building up through marriage and having children. So, he is making it. Basically, he's making a nod towards the fact that the people he is talking about are the Aesir. Again, another kind of funny little point to make. Like he's kind of speaking about it mundanely, but then he says, I am Odin's son, I'm Miley's brother, and I am Magni's father, and that pretty much clears it. And he says, the strong one of the gods, the mightiest one of the gods, Thrudvaldur Goda, is he, and Thor is my name that you had speech with. And then he asks, what is your name? And in stanza 10, the ferryman speaks back, Hárbarð I am, and seldom I hide my name. So this is again setting up the dichotomy between the two. And again, Hárbarð in relation to gray beard or high beard. And again, high meaning like how we would use the word wise or wizened. Let's say wizened. If people are confused as to how that could be, if we were to say, he's a wizened old man, he's both wise and gray, or those are all kind of synonymous with each other. So he is high or long in age, if you will. He has much experience. So we're in number 11. Thor speaks. Why should thou hide thy name, if quarrel that thou hast not? It's pretty straightforward. Why would you hide your name if we didn't have any grievances against each other? Well, they're coming. Hárbarð speaks in 12. He says, and thou I had a quarrel from such as thou art, yet none the less my life would I guard, unless I be doomed to die. So I have a quarrel with you for who you are, but I would not guard it either way, because I'm aware of the day I die, or I am unmoved from the day I die. So I have no fear despite knowing exactly who you are. And I do have quarrel with you. Thor speaks in 13. He says, great trouble, methinks, would it be to come to thee, wet my middle, weakling. Well shall I pay thy mocking words, if across the sound I come. So now he's like, I should just wade over there and turn your head reminiscent into the boat you're standing in. But it's a great amount of trouble for someone who's just throwing words. But if I do, you're going to regret it. Hárbarð speaks. 14. Here shall I stand and await thee here. Thou hast found since Hrungnir died, no fiercer man. Of course, this is making reference to another story of Thor, the giant who wagered his horse as swifter than Lord Odin's, and then in the race he managed to go into Asgard, and he was lord there, unrealizing by Lord Odin, and there he is dispatched by Lord Thor after he gets drunk in the hall and gets himself into a duel with Lord Thor. So this is just a plug towards another poem, and he says, you have not seen a fiercer man since you fought that Jotun Hrungnir. And so he's kind of also letting Thor know that he knows about his past. So he is familiar with him, very much so. Thor speaks in 15. He says, "Fain art thou to tell how with Hrungnir I fought, the haughty giant whose head of stone was made, and yet I felled him and stretched him before me. What, Hárbarð, did thou do while?" So, it's interesting that you know about my fight between that haughty giant, which I cleaved his head and dropped him like a sack of potatoes in front of me. What were you doing while I was doing that? And this is a really, really does set the tone and pace of like, what were you doing while I was doing this? So my great deed is this. What were you doing? And then it slowly turns into, I heard you were doing that, but I also heard it was more like this or that, and then it starts to get kind of venomous, and it's quite funny, and that's the way this poem is supposed to be seen. It's funny. It's very similar to the Storm Father being forced to dress up like the Holy Freya. That was seen as a funny sense because one, it was going to build up the tension of the murder at the wedding feast because he's having to hide and do subterfuge and cunning, which is clearly not Lord Thor's mode of working. And so it was also, again, in our faith, I think that we have great piety, we have great belief in our gods, especially as we see them as the great divine beings that they are. But at the same time, too, our ancestors and the stories of the gods are, at this time frame, holding more of that comedic action. I don't know if it was perhaps always that way, and I can't speak on that. But clearly, in Iceland by this time, it was the ability to joke or to kind of present the gods as being, warriors that would be just as easily angered if they were put into that situation, is kind of already being kind of set. And we often say that the gods have a sense of humor. We're not gray-faced, doldrummed people. We want to live, we want to have fun, and our gods reflect that. But this is kind of that reflection of the time as well, that the humor of it. And clearly, again, being forced to shift gender roles and or dealing with certain things like that outside of your nature is kind of part of the pun, as it is, reflective on the warriors being of the age would be extremely upset by this. So now Lord Thor, and then he completely comes out of that and destroys the wedding party, or so on and so forth. So that's kind of what's going on here, and you'll see a lot of this, and you'll see a lot of the norms of what was seen as masculine and that there was a very clear distinction amongst our ancestors. We know this from all the way back even to the Germanic times. So people that try to, again, spread the lie or the story that there is just kind of this ambiguity between gender roles and our ancestors is completely telling you a lie, and you could see it clear as day by reading any of these stories. So let's see here. So he asks, what did you do while I was felling Hrungnir? And Hárbarð speaks back in 16. He says, 5 full winters with Fjölvar I was, and dwelt in the isle that is Algron called, all green. There could we fight and fell the slain. Much could we seek, and maids we could master. So again, like speaking here of the clear, masculinity and bravado that's going on in this, and as well, it should be considering too the audience, and this is probably getting chuckles out of everyone that's hearing the poem. But outside of that, Fjolvar is not really mentioned in the lore. And it's Bellows makes a point to think that later in the poem, there's the seven sisters are referred to in 18, and that might have a connection. But outside of that, there's no mention. And I would, when I get a chance, like on the show tonight, I'll look it up, some of the root words, to see if we can't build an idea of what is going on there. But even like right now off the top of my head, I don't know. But the isle is called All Green. Some have speculated that this is just a mythical isle. Some people have speculated that this is Nordic terms for other places, like possibly Ireland or other things like that. It's not really known. These are poetic names for islands, but there, they could fight, and they could win much in the way of wealth and in the way of women. And life is good. This is the warrior's life. Living there for 5 years on the island, fighting off craven people that would attack, and falling into the arms of maidens. It is good. In 17, Thor speaks, "How won ye success with your women?" Again, when it comes to the catalytic lord, one of the biggest dynamics of the catalytic throne is breaking thresholds. And one of the breaking thresholds in our society, in our culture, is the gaining access to or being accepted by a woman. It's referred quite often in the elder stories. It's talked about even, today, when people say, like, if you don't have much success with the ladies, like, who are you? Or, I know internet terms that they throw around, like incels and such, as being, these kind of insults. But what that really is just a modern day reflection of the catalytic nature of, can you pass those thresholds? Have you been in battle? Have you been with a woman? Have you crossed the waters? These are all thresholds. And of course, Lord Thor is the primogen of threshold. And so he says, how did you have success with those women? And Hárbarð says, in 18, lively women we had, if they wise for us were. Wise were the women we had, if they kind for us were. For ropes of sand they would seek to wind, and the bottom to dig, and the deepest dale. Wiser than all in council I was, and there I slept by the sisters seven. Again, that might be reference to Fjolvar, as perhaps being the father of these. By this sister seven, and joy full great did I get from each. What, Thor, did thou do in the while? What did you do while I was doing that? So again, the meaning behind for ropes of sand they would seek to wind, and the bottom to dig from the deepest dale, is speculative about exactly their meanings in that. I think this is probably the most correct speculation, is that these might be references or alluding to coitus, and that they may be kind of jokes about that, but it's not 100% known. But another word, usage of the word wise, if they were wise were the women we had. If they were kind for us or wise for us. Again, the word is like wanting or to have inclination towards us. If they were having, the mental inclination towards us, then they were frolicky, they were lovely, they were wild, and they were fine.
A couple of questions that kind of are relevant to what we're talking about. Chris just asked 7 mothers of Heimdall, like the 7 seas. So Heimdall had 9 mothers.
Yes.
But I mean, there may be something similar at play with, multiples of what would seem to be, in a natural state, a singular person. There may be some commonality to kind of the point being made, but that number doesn't quite match up. But and so I won't lie. First, I know the number was different, but that was the first thing that came to mind, upon hearing it again, was that's the point of commonality. So I don't think you're wrong to catch on that. When we were talking about races a few minutes ago, that raised a bunch of questions, and I think it's worth hitting them now because we're on the subject of this, and you may be more adept at this being a son of Iceland than I am. So I kind of mentioned that, they encountered some other races like the Sami, and people are like, whoa, hey, now, what about the Sami? I don't know that in my life I have met a person of Sami descent, so I can't claim to be an expert upon the Sami. Finn Wraith asks, aren't Sami people white? Most of them, you couldn't tell them apart from other Nordic people without their Sami clothing.
100%.
So I'm going to throw a flag on the 100% because I see different pictures of Sami people look real different.
Well,
and so
the thing. I'll defend my position after.
No. So it's a similar. What I wonder, and I don't know, because again, I have not had a lot of encounter. I just see pictures of Sami. There's some Sami with a lot of Asian features. There's some Sami with a lot of looking like Inuits. I don't know that is a Sami trait or just Sami folks that have happened to make those mating choices. You will notice if you look at 2024 Native Americans, you see a lot of white dudes with blonde hair and blue eyes, but they got their hair in braids and they call themselves, Leaping Fox or whatever. So I don't know if there's a similar phenomenon amongst those people. I'm not really sure how to thresh that out, and I don't want to speak out of my expertise on it.
Well, one thing that I wanted to bring up is there's part accusative. The Slavs have long been accused of being marred or influxed with Mongolian blood or Asiatic blood. But when we do see a lot of Slavs, they absolutely fit the folkish bill. And I think that's very much the same case with the Sami people, especially with the Nordic. And there's also something worth noting is that the Finno-Ugric people of Finland, and even now Finland is very much, intermixed with Germanic blood, and they certainly have Finno-Ugric, outlining features. There's even a story of the great wizard Vanamonen, who gets into a speech battle, though it's kind of wrote as being songs, that Vanamonen and the other, give me one second, I think his name was Johanan or Jonehainen. It started with a J for sure. They get into this battle, and it's mentioned that Jonehainen is a Sami, and Vanamonen is a Finlander, and they were seen as
made those names up, Swan.
What's that?
I think you just made those names up. They sound so.
No.
I'm just playing, but I
I think Finraith can help me with that.
So far outside the norm.
Well, and Vanamonen is, I definitely believe 100%. Whenever you see, like the outlier groups that are heavily, let's say that like with the Finno-Ugrics or with the Etruscans or with the Greek influenced by the Phoenicians, and you see this kind of admixture of foreign folk kind of coming in. They're always influenced by, I mean, like I would argue that the Etruscans, even though their origins, or at least their language origins, certainly aren't Indo-European, as you know, I recently came to know, like I didn't know that. I had always seen that because of their religious reflections reflected the Indo-European or Aryan folk that were on the peninsula, and they had picked up so much of that stuff. It's the same.
Is an interesting time to bring this up too. There are kind of two groups of white people, as it were. There are the migratory Indo-Europeans, and there are the, I think what are sometimes called old Europeans. Or there's, these various isolated groups in Europe that weren't part of that migratory movement of the Aryan migration, but are still our folk. And they were from a previous time before. So our folk moved in waves with their migrations. And so the group that migrated into Asia, into India and Persia and that way, and then came back across through Europe, there was root populations still in Europe that was isolated, that was not part of this big migration of peoples. So it's like sometimes our folk split, travel a great distance, and then come back and reintegrate with people that they may not have been connected with for hundreds of years sometimes. I think some of that's in play here. So Svan dropped out, either that or I'm here talking to myself. And he is going to know a little bit more about Sami folks than I am, but it leads to the next thing. And when one of the ways of identifying stuff is through linguistics. As I mentioned previously, you don't have the same language origins because the groups diverged well before then, in the case of old Europeans versus Aryans from the Aryan migrations. So there he is. He's back.
Sorry, I had to run to the restroom real quick.
Oh, no, you're fine. I do that plenty. Go ahead with the rest of. You were kind of mid-thought on some Sami stuff, so break down the Sami for folks that may not know a little bit about them, because I think it's fairly foreign for a lot of us.
Yeah, I mean, and I know that some people try to say that like Laplander is not a good usage and what have you, but I mean, to be respectful to the calling them by the name that they call themselves, the Sami folk are, north in northern Norway and Sweden, and there was references, especially in the sagas, about the difference between the Sami and the Finns, and that may have been more prevalent, but we see this a lot. The influence of Aryan culture and Aryan spirituality starts to influx with, or is even met with, outsiders, there's this kind of gray zone that always pops up. One of the perfect examples that I like to bring up is about Hercules. Hercules, of course, is the striker, but he takes in a mortal or daemon form, and I think that this has a lot to do with spreading that power and the dominion of the striker with influence from the East. If anybody's familiar with Hercules and even the Buddhist traditions, There's also, again, like the Etruscans, and they had a tripartite, even though their language isn't from that. They clearly were influenced by the ideas of this. The Gallic people too have oftentimes euhemerized the tripartite, or the gods themselves often show up even in human form. And one of the big ones that I would argue too is not only is Thor one of the Finnish gods, but they also have Vanamonen, and I feel that he is very much the dynamic lord of their kind of, as they are influenced or even genetically moving in, as Aryans moved into the Finno-Ugric population and mixed with them, they brought with them the spiritual might that they had, and it started to show in different ways. And if you see Vanamonen as he's mortal, but a great wizard, and you see Lord Odin, and I think that's kind of lent to people trying to say that Lord Odin was once a mortal, and so on and so forth. There's crazy theories on that, but that's clearly the dynamic throne presenting itself in mythos, whether or not the origin is strictly divine or euhemerized for different reasons, like the Celts or the Gallic people in Ireland euhemerizing their gods into tribal chieftains.
The follow-up question, which is certainly logically consistent, if a Sami person wanted to join the AFA, would they be allowed to? And I think that when in doubt, the default position always has been, are they us or not us? And realistically, you don't need skull calipers and textbooks and mitochondrial DNA studies. You can tell whether they're us or not us. Plenty of Sami that are us. There's some Sami I've seen that aren't quite us. And that's the best way. That's the best way of knowing. And we talked about natural. It's the most natural way of knowing. You can kind of tell what's ours and what's not. And I think that's our good rule of thumb across lots of things. You find strange pockets of people that have preserved a particular DNA and have only interbred with that same group of people in odd spots. You find those kind of things in different places. We're going to get to kind of an interesting question about that when we get to some of our lore here at some point, but I'll leave that for a different time. But yeah, that's kind of and again, I'm not claimed to be an expert on Sami, but you can look at some of them and tell something's a little different. And you can look at quite a bit of them and say, they wear different clothes because they're, old Europe and not the incoming, what became the Scandinavian peoples. Also, while we're on that discussion, Morris Taylor asks, and he's contributing a lot in the chat, which is cool. I appreciate. Welcome. Didn't the Sutir mean soot people who were to the south where the fire god Surtur lived? They would have been black people. I don't know. I've never heard that term before. Svan, are you aware of a time that occurs in our lore?
Well, I know that in relation to Surtur, the Jotuns of primordial age were always kind of referred to as the sons of Muspelli. And so, I've never heard Sutur. I know, and that's the thing, is soot oftentimes was more in the form of swarthy. If something was swarthy, it was sooty. It was blackened by ash. And it wasn't always referred to as the totality. The only one I'm familiar with was Blauman, but I mean,
and so soot didn't necessarily mean Negro in origin. It very often meant poor, or you were the person who would tend the fire or carry the coals or be the chimney sweep or be the dude that's dirty because you're in the lower, working class, working the jobs that upper people didn't. The thing that comes to mind when you mention that is Svarta Pete in who entertains me to no end. My close associates will see many depictions of him around Yule. But yeah, as a fun like helper to Saint Nicholas and the Dutch Yule traditions. So I'm not sure that that's a thing. I don't think Svan or I have encountered it. That maybe, again, I'm not sure where the reference comes from. And the other thing that's also relevant to what we're talking about in this part of the story, I don't mean to deviate so far from the text. I know it's kind of hard to keep the flow when we do. Finwraith also asks, could the story of how Thor having to dress like a woman be an example of how ridiculous all this modern stuff like transgenderism is, and how this other stuff like gender cross-dressing? Svan, what do you have to say?
Well, yeah, absolutely. The first warning sign of Loki being an outsider is his ability to change shape and change gender, and the abnormality of that, which is when we saw it originally alluded to, it was with Ymir and the central Jotuns, and how that was seen as very abominable. That, the many heads, many arms, just terrible. But as it's been refined, it becomes more deceptive. And that's what makes Loki, like, it's a warning. And then it goes again with Lord Thor in the story having to, pretend to be anything. Because Lord Thor doesn't pretend to be anyone. And he is Thor and he has no reason to hide. And he even makes mention of it in this story here. I have no reason to hide. So there's the cravenness part there. And then on top of that, it's the switching gender roles on top of being cunning that adds insult to the injury of it. Again, I think it plays to a point to remember. The biggest kind of caveat of that situation was to kind of cinch Loki into this situation. Because Lord Heimdall says, I've got an idea. Let's, douse you in fabric, and no bride is without his bridesmaid. And so he ends up getting Loki kind of involved in that. And the rivalry, the polarization between Loki and Heimdall is consistent and not talked about often enough. But
so this is something that I think, and this comes up in 2024. I don't really think it would have come up at earlier times. People of divergent lifestyle like to find any point of contact with traditional culture and like stake a claim, like, aha, they mentioned this thing, so it must have been cool or whatever. That's not the case. Lots of things are mentioned because they're bad. Lots of things are mentioned because they're frowned upon. So first, this isn't, so being honest, yes, there is obviously a point of ridicule or making fun or whatever else. But when we get past that and look at it from a noble perspective, there is a lot of people out there that are deeply mentally ill and suffering and are making identifications and lifestyle choices that are being sold to them by people with a particular agenda. And I feel and we believe in, you know what, I don't need to caveat it. They are being exploited and making choices that sometimes they can't take back. And that's really tragic. What you will see up until the 1970s, guy dressing like a woman is a joke and funny and a, like, we all, I say we all, kids today, it's a dated reference even for me, I suppose. But that was Klinger's deal on MASH, is he was trying to get out of the army, so he dressed like a woman all the time. And that was the punchline of the sitcom. It's less funny today when there's such prevalent mental illness that's being exploited for political means. What this illustrates in all counts, the truth that is here that's plain to see for anybody reading it fairly is, no, under a normal circumstance to our ancestors, a man in any way presenting himself as a woman or pretending to be a woman was, the object of scorn and ridicule. And that's why it is being used here as a barb. When it's told in the piece of lore it's told in, that's clearly a comedy for us to laugh at the juxtaposition of this manly symbol of might, having to go through this absurdity of like wearing a dress while he's still like being this big burly, being Thor, but like
with a beard.
Yeah, it's the point of it is the absurdity, not that this is some cool thing, and anybody reading it fairly clearly sees that. When certain mental illness sets in deep enough, sometimes we're blinded by issues of today. And I think, and this is true for everybody, don't project 2024 issues upon our gods and our lore. It's fine to project our gods and our lore upon issues to help you understand them or make sense of them or choose the right position to take wisdom from our gods and our lore. Absolutely. But this is kind of the same thing I talk about scholasticism versus religion. The gods are right. Everything else we do ought to be to better understand them, not to force them to conform to some theory that we cooked up. When we address social issues or political issues, our gods and our faith should inform our social and political decisions, not the other way around. It's grossly impious to thrust our politics or our, whatever our situation is, to then somehow project that upon our gods. I think when we look at it that way, it's very obviously that that's the wrong thing to do. But I think sometimes we don't stop to consider things before we do it. And when you're in the heat of the moment or you feel passionately about something, it's easy to project your ideas onto the gods as if they're accountable for your politics. And that's not right. I think we all get that. But yeah, Finn, this is exactly the point of it is it's ridiculous. And the point of it is, if that's a thing, that's something that you poke fun and you laugh at. And I say that, a generation previous, if you dressed up like, a famous person who was a woman or just a woman in general for Halloween, that was funny and a funny costume choice. Now, the current mental illness that we see around us has made that much less funny, unfortunately. Yeah, but I'm sorry for if that takes out of the flow of the poem. It's a short one, and I think that these questions, do relate to the text and relate to the story. So I think they're good, and I appreciate y'all asking.
Well, and I wanted to bring up something too. When we talk about the Russians or the Finns that may have like kind of the Asiatic and eyes and so on and so forth. I do see like there is a sense of like that which is of the folk is perhaps of the Germanic or Teutonic folk. And I think that it's worth remembering too, like if we look at, say, the Gaels, whether they are the Irish, whether they are the Welsh or the Scots, or if we look at the the northern Hispanics and the northern Italians, these outlier regions, like it's common to think of like, oh, in northern Italy you'll see a lot of folk Italians. You go further south, it starts to get like you see differences or variations. It's the same in Russia with the East. It's the same in the Slavic countries with the East. And I see our enemies, when we try to lay out a clear and concise and logical view of ethnicity and race, they immediately try to drive that, well, like in Germany, the Slavs were seen as this, or, they immediately try to create this divisive sense. And the big thing is the origining of where your people come from, also the language, and how much, again, like you had said, Alzir, how much do they look like us? How much do they think like us? And when other folks see them, do they see a brother, or do they see a foreigner or an outsider? And those are big ones.
That's a key. The other thing is there's two points I'd like to make on that. First, yes, everything that Svan said, but the other thing has to do with whether you're going to be a problem or not. If you start, I mentioned if you go to Native American gatherings, or you look at, and I mentioned this specifically to our foreign audience, Finraith being in Finland. If you were to look at, Native American stuff, and I mentioned there's a whole lot of white dudes there that are suggesting they're not us. That's, I think just as is a strange term, because nothing is just as anything else. But you are equally not welcome to AFA membership if you are currently under the delusion that you are not us. So, not only do we need to think you're us, but you need to think you're us too. So that excludes, very white people that insist on thinking that they're not, which is a strange and sad phenomenon that they feel like they need to feel that way. And the other thing, and it sounds funny, and it kind of is, but I don't mean it as a joke. It's a real thing. Sometimes people just look odd for whatever reason, or whatever their genetic thing is. For a long time, and I'm going to choose to go with it, but let's see where the chips fall. People with Down syndrome were referred to up until like the 1980s as Mongoloid, or the Mongolian idiot, because their features looked Mongolian in appearance. So when Eastern European white couples would have a baby who had Down syndrome, they would see the almond like slanty eyes, and would assume that was some characteristic from Mongolian invasions of Eastern Europe. No, they just got Down syndrome. Sometimes stuff just works out strange. Yeah, sometimes people just funny looking. And as a rat, okay, so because we're on this and we just talked about no, I'm gonna throw it out there. So we talked about the transgender thing. What I think is really, really sad, and I don't know if you all have run into, but I have. And we'll get back on track, and I will not veer this way. I really don't mean it to be humorous. It's an honest thing that I do think is sad. An unforeseen consequence now. If you are an ugly looking woman, now we all have to stop and have the thought, maybe that's really a guy. That's probably an extra thing that people who are not naturally gifted with a great deal of beauty didn't need in addition. And I have seen the effects. I mean, as a guy that looks at people, I've certainly had that thought process. But I remember apologize for the dead air. I'm trying to think how to present the story in a not funny way, because it's easy to laugh at something that if I were that person, I wouldn't find funny at all. I've been in very awkward situations where I've dealt with when I was bouncing, when this first started to take root, at just such a situation where somebody's very devastated because they were not a particularly attractive looking woman, and this became, this was a thing. And so, some people had made that assumption, and that's really sad. I'm sorry folks have to go through that. There's a lot of strange stuff that comes up, but it came to mind because sometimes people just look a little bit off. And sometimes that's because of a genetic admixture that's from a different group of people. And sometimes it's just genes did not combine in a particularly favorable way in that instance. But there's that. So Svan, if you'd like to take us from the strange winding journey I've taken us on back to the text, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, well, and this is a short poem, and I think that interjecting with some of these questions are really, really good.
For a second there, I thought that you had composed a short poem about trannies.
Oh. No.
All right, so I lied. So one more diversion before we get back on it. I mentioned rap battles earlier with like the little flighting that's going on here. If and when we get to the sagas, especially Egil Skallagrimsson's saga, he would have a habit of just spontaneously composing a verse about. He would do random actions in the poem, and then it says, and then Egil spake a verse, and he would just bust a rhyme on somebody. He's dropping bars on one occasion. He vomited in a man's face, and then he spake a verse. So,
yes, that's when he was poisoned. He had the horn where he carved the rune and broke the horn because it was poisoned.
Go on strange journeys here on Victory Never Sleeps. I appreciate you joining us on those. Svan, before I go completely off track here, take us back to the Lay of Hárbarð.
So we're on 19 now, and this is another point in which I like to kind of turn people's minds towards. This is one example of it, in which for people that try to turn Snorri Sturluson and the scribing of the stories as to be like a divine book, like a Bible or what have you, there are a lot of glaring incidences where things are clearly crossed over and are kind of misspoken, and this actual stanza is one of them. So Hárbarð asks, while I was sleeping on this island fighting and wooing the maidens, what were you doing? And Thor speaks. He says, Thiazi I felled, the giant fierce, and I hurled the eyes of Ivaldi's son to heavens hot above. Of my deeds the mightiest marks are these, that all men sense can see. What, Hárbarð, did thou do the while? So that's an interesting verse, because if anyone is familiar with Lady Skathi becoming an Austvanir amongst the Aesir, that's not how the felling by Thor is not what happened. He was burned upon the walls of Asgard, the abode in heaven, and it wasn't Thor that felled him. Now that could just simply be, you could write it off as, he's kind of, either baiting or what have you, but more likely the structure of this poem is that it was confused. Thiazi is killed by fire, not by Thor. And this is a glaring one. And so I think that there are quite a few inconsistencies throughout the Eddas, and that get a little of these situations wrong. And, like I've thought about it and I was like, man, it would be really cool if it was like he was baiting him and, no, you didn't kill him. You died on the fires. That would kind of allude to a cunning kind of sense, but that's not what's going on. It's just simply a structural issue. He did, though it's often also referred to that Lord Odin threw his eyes, or that the gods threw his eyes into the sky, and not specifically Thor. But Thiazi is the Austvanir Skadi. That's her father. If anybody's wondering, Austvanir means beloved ones. I know some of the older books from like the 80s and 90s refer to them as Jotun brides, or again, they're emphasizing like that there are different races. And so they really harp on the idea of Jotun brides being some different race. But Austvanir means beloved ones, and they join the gods, going against the Ethel of where they come to join the Ethel of the Aesir and of order, and still holding much of their primordial nature, but are now in alignment with the gods. And he says that he slew her father. And again, there's no other tale that would dispute this with an actual fight between Lord Thor and Thiazi. So that could also be the case. There could have been another story in which the story was more focused around Thor slaying Thiazi, but there isn't one that survives in the codex that was compiled by Snorri Sturluson and Simondir. So that's an interesting one, and again, that's another reason why we don't look at our lore as a holy book. The lore doesn't make the gods the gods. The gods are the gods, and this is a product of really years and years of traditions built around telling stories and poems about the gods in a particular style. But it's not like a Bible where the Bible defines the gods. So you get into an argument with a Christian, they're going to immediately use the Bible as the cornerstone of all their arguments. We do not. We use the gods.
I want to throw this out there, and it's semantic, I guess. Our lore is holy because it teaches us about our gods, but we don't. I think that, okay. So I have taken us on a winding journey this evening, but I'll continue to do so on points I think are, here's the thing. Sometimes things are funny, but I don't do things on here just to be, to be a clown about it. I think that there's a point there that I want to get to. This is not one that's humorous, but it's something that's interesting. There is, okay, I believe that it is very beneficial for us to often do an evaluation of why we think the things that we think and play out the logic, because I think that's important. I don't think enough people do that, or maybe look at things as deeply sometimes in our lore. So it's just like I try not to do this, but I think that in conversation it's very relevant. I always want to present Asatru as a standalone faith, and it is. But I think when talking to an audience that has a point of familiarity with Christianity, in my experience, most Christians, when they read whatever their edition of the Bible is they read, be it the King James Version or something newer, they assume that's exactly how their God wrote it, and like literally wrote it or inspired. I mean, I don't mean to present Christians as ignorant. That's not the case. But they believe that whoever wrote it was directly like under the control of the Holy Spirit or whatever they believe to write it. They don't consider translations. They don't consider the Council of Nicaea, where, okay, cool, what books are we going to count as canonical? What books are we going to say are apocryphal? There's all those things that went into that book being the way that it is. And in their belief structure, again, that's up to a pastor or a Christian priest to tell you the rightness or wrongness of that. I'm not disputing that. That's between their God and his followers. But our faith is different in that I think it's really important to consider this is the collected knowledge of the elders of our folk that was contributed or that was spread largely in storytelling and in teaching from elders to the community, and then by extension through bards and skalds and such. We don't, if you trace it back logically, we don't have a point where we believe that, and then the gods traveled across the Rainbow Bridge and came to a dude named Olaf and said, hey, let me relay this to you, and it's your job to write this down in this cave or whatever the case, or on this mountain, or whatever the case might be. So this is the collected wisdom of our folk, and it grows and it evolves as the relationship between our folk and the Aesir evolves. We want that to evolve to a more perfect place all the time. Our understanding of the Aesir doesn't stop with some Viking dude and get handed down to Simander or to Snorri. That goes on and has gone on since then in different ways. Some of that was given to Meister Guido von List. Some of that in a different way was taught to Alexander Rudd Mills and Elsie Christensen and Hoskold and Stoba. And much of that is continuing to be given to our founder, Stephen McNallen. And I believe very much that the Aesir are helping Witan Svan and I to come to a more perfect understanding of them. And that's very much what we're trying to do and what we seek to do through the gifting cycle. And I feel that they've gifted us a lot with some insight into these things. And I hope that that's beneficial in being transmitted to you guys rightly. And I go before the altar, and tonight I was running late, so I'm not going to lie and say every time, but probably 90 of the 99 episodes, I go before the altar every time I come on, and I ask Lord Odin to, all the Aesir really, but on my altar I'm focusing the question to Lord Odin that, hopefully, to bless me with knowledge and help me to bring our folk to a better understanding of the Aesir. And I hope that in some way I'm able to do that. But it's important to understand that our lore evolves over time, and the test of rightness of it isn't how closely it resembles what an ancient Viking knew of our gods. What Svan and I share with you guys should be much greater than theirs. And hopefully, I say 100 years from now, hopefully 50 years from now, if I am talking to you as an ancient man, hopefully I am able to tell you something better than I can tell you now. And 50 years from that, whoever is Ulterior Gothi does this better than I do. And looking on from wherever I find myself, hundreds of years from then, I sure hope that whoever's the Ulterior Gothi is further along this path than we are, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to get ever closer to that more perfect understanding of our gods. And I hope that we're doing that in some way, or communicating that in some way. But I digress. Svan, if you will take us back to the Song of Hárbarð.
Well, so that was, definitely it was something we had to hit on, because if people are familiar with the story, that would be like wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. And they would be correct. And again, the gods don't exist out of the lore exists because of the gods. And that's a big thing that people get confused, and they really need to wrap their heads around the Asatru Folk Assembly versus, scholastic muses or musings, or people that attempt to kind of, reignite that the closeness that I could make it to an Icelander in the 10th century. That's what makes my religion real, and not honoring the gods, giving gift cycle, and building community, and bringing the gods back to the folk. So really important stuff. So again, it ends with, what Hárbarð didst thou do the while? And in section 20, Hárbarð, or stanza 20, he says, "Much lovecraft I wrought." Now, this is Hárbarð's. He's kind of saying, I can fight, but I am definitely a lover, and he repeats this over and over again. But it is kind of funny, some of the things he's alluding to. So much lovecraft I wrought with them who ride by night, when I stole them by stealth from their husbands. A giant hard was Hárbarð, methinks. His wand he gave me as a gift, and I stole his wits away. So, a couple of things. First half of that, the women who ride by night. The word is Merkriður. And generally, anybody who reads this would kind of go into the same nomenclatures as witches and trolls. However, that second line really throws me off with, when I stole them by stealth from their husbands. This is, I believe that Merkriður is more of a colloquial term for, the women that ride about alone without their families or without their husbands, the kind of independent women. And, I wooed these independent and haughty women under the noses of their husbands. And so this is seen, of course, as a feat, but also kind of as a poke. Because they do mention the troll witches or troll wives coming up here soon, but the title is a little bit more benign. And then there's reference here in the latter part where Hárbarð talks about Hlébarð. Now, I wanted to talk about Hlébarð because here's a perfect example of how people can get caught up in translations. So the word Hlébarð is often referred to as a leopard. That's just all it says. Or that it's the poetic word for a bear, or I want to say a mountain cat. But if you look into it, the word Hlé by itself means a shelter or a shelving of cliff face. And Barth, of course, means beard. So what it's really saying poetically is his name means he's got a beard that shoots straight out. It's like an outcropping or a precipice that shelters his chest. He's just got a kind of a wiry, jutting beard. Hlébarð is not really mentioned anywhere else, and I think it's really interesting the usage of, he says wand. In the story here, the word in Old Norse is gambantine, a tine, or obviously a stick, a tine. This is like his magical like staff or wand, and he gives it to me as a gift, and then I, use it against him. But there's a lot to be said about this. They're alluding to kind of more or less like rebel behavior. The idea of like running off with these independent maidens, while their husbands are at home, and then like stealing this giant's tine, his staff, and then utilizing it against him to stole his wits. And there's another thing, is that these stories could be referenced elsewhere, but we just don't know, or that they haven't survived, and that they survived because of the poetic stanzas have kept them in memory, but the actual stories of these had not survived because they were never committed to memory via poetry. So, and that's another big thing I like to point out, is that our poetic Eddas come from stories told first, and we can see that.
As another thing to say on this, I don't know, because I don't concern myself with other circles of whatever these days. But certainly when I got involved with Asatru originally, there is a lot of, I guess, complaint, or I don't know, bad mouthing the fact that what we have is incomplete, or people who wrote it down were Christian, or this isn't, there's a lot of complaint about the imperfection of what we have. But what I don't think people spend enough time on is appreciating the tremendous amount that we do have compared to so many other things. If we just look at, this is, it's one of the reasons we celebrate. This may seem like a strange journey. Bear with me. It's one of the reasons that we celebrate Prince Herman with a day of remembrance, with stopping Rome. In the greater picture of things, that's technically a brother war. It's Aryan people versus other Aryan people. But what it did was preserve Germanic, and by extension Nordic lore in a way that you wouldn't have had in other places. If you look at the continental Gauls of France and northern Spain, we don't have that material. And we wouldn't, because the way Christianity worked through Europe was through the network created by the Roman Empire. And yeah, in Herman's day, Arminius's day, Rome was still loyal to our gods in their own way. It set kind of a course of events in motion that you look at so many other places where so much is lost. We have so much. It's easy to bemoan what may have been lost, or what definitely was lost over the millennia, but it's also such a blessing that we have so much, and that we have what we have. Our lore is it's beautiful and it's amazing. And I mentioned it's holy, even though sometimes it's ridiculous. Some it's stuff like this or the Lokasana or some other things that are more meant as humorous endeavors or skaldic instruction or whatever it is. But we have so much compared to so many other people in other places. And it's one of the reasons that expressing Asatru through the Nordic expression is so vital to what we do, is that we do have this, whereas other people don't. Good night, sweetheart. I love you. Hey, come here. Give me a hug.
Why is raining here?
I don't know. But yeah, no, we are very, very fortunate, and I think that it's all too easy to complain and not to stop and appreciate just how much we really do have. And then there's this guy. All right, wife felt the need to show off our very large cat, Andre. He's a good boy. All right, let's take it back to the Lay of Hárbarð.
So 21 refers to 20 when he said, I took a gift, this mighty wand or mighty staff from this Jotun, and then I used it against him to, scramble his mind in a kind of sense of daring. And I like to believe that the story relates to the idea that was a hard won item or kind of a focal point of the story, and the fact to be gifted it and then to use it against him. But Thor speaks, he says in 21, "Thou didst repay good gifts with an evil mind." So he's just saying you gain a gift and you stab or you bite the gift giver. And that's just a wretched thing. And then Hárbarð says, "The oak must have what it shaves from another. In such things, each for himself. What Thor did thou do while?" So this part here, the oak must have what it shaves from another. And Bellows makes mention of that. This is mentioned elsewhere in Grettir Saga. The same kind of usage. And I really, if I had prepared ahead of time on this one a little bit more, I would have kind of tried to delve deeper into that as to what, again, the shaving of from another oak tree. But the overall meaning is that, to the victor belongs the spoils. And to be fair, oak trees are a type of tree that definitely just dominates. The grass doesn't grow underneath it. Other trees around it get split by its branches and pushed over. It claims its space. So, the oak gets what it takes from others. He's speaking of the fact that, like, the evil that was done by the Jotun was already established, which is why using the Gondar against him on his mind, I think, has reference to the Jotun using the Gondar on other people's minds. And so he got what he deserved. Or, again, he is the oak, and he claimed what was rightfully his. Then Thor speaks in 23. He goes, "Eastward I fared, of the giants I felled." And a lot of folks take this a little bit, I think, misconstrued. They say, "There, ill-working women who went to the mountain, and large were the giant throng. If all were alive, no men would be there in Midgard more." So that's very confusing, but one of the things he's stating is that he felled giants, and there the women ran to the mountains. And I think what this is referring to, from my perception and understanding of like a lot of history, is that he felled the Jotuns so much that the women folk fled to the mountain to try to curse him out, to try to magically bombard him to get him out. But still he killed the throngs of giants. And this is the one that's truly interesting, though, is if all were alive, no men would there be in Midgard more. And I think that, again, this is one of the first, or one of the times in which the middle is referred to with Jotunheim and Vanaheim, because you might see people that try to place Vanaheim in the heavenly realm, or Jotunheim and the heavenly realm are somehow on the same plane. This, I think, is again reference to the fact that the Jotnar are in the middle as well, and that they're one of the cosmological influxes of this is that Midgardr is seen as the world, but also seen as the middle. And we have that influx of Jotnar power from Jotunheim, that the caustic resistance and digestion of matter and of that which is in the middle, and then it is brought back. There's every realm in the middle that is not the earth itself bring in and take out a flux of power. Vanaheim, it's life, down to the tiniest single-celled organism that wiggles on a microscope. That wiggling, that will to live, that comes from nature, and the cyclic sense of nature comes from Vanaheim. And clearly the power of that, with animals having, their life forces, seen as like the multiplicity of life itself from Vanaheim. So a single animal is kind of returning to the whole. All life is stratified from the Vana, and then it's brought back in. The same as with the Jotuns. The Jotuns bring forth resistance. They bring forth caustic, dissolvement, and it is then leached back into Jotunheim. And we spoke last episode about Fenris's, spittle, poisoning and just dripping into the world of men. So I think that this is a reference to the fact that, if I had let go, there would be no more folk in the middle. There is another theory that's come from this, though, is that this could also be a direct reference to the fact that Thor is fighting the Jotnar in the middle, kind of, again, felling them or fighting them, and that the placement of one of the great cosmic powers of the catalyst is, again, fighting natural disasters, keeping things in balance, lightning striking over a volcano, or tornadoes, being sundered by, lightning or hurricanes and what have you. I think I'm reading a little bit too deep into that. And I really think that what this really is just mentioning that the Jotuns and the Vana are of the middle. And he, then he says, "What have you been doing while I was, felling Jotuns in the east?" Place that isn't really brought up, but Hárbarð in 24 says, "In Valand I was, and wars I raised. Princes I angered, and peace brought never. Peace was never found. The noble who fall in the fight have Odin, and Thor have the race of thralls." So, and I always find that an interesting version of thralls. Thrælakin, the thrallish kin, is how it's referred to. So, Valand, it's generally referred to as the land of slaughter. But remember too, Val also means the chosen or choosing. But I think in this case, I think the slaughter terminology of it is better fitting. And he's referring to just the place of war in which I can reap, and again, he's hiding. He's saying that he was in Volund and saw the wars, or raised the wars, and to gain noble warriors to go to Valhall, while Thor gets loved by, slaves. Again, another reference to class there, which is why some people leave that up there, but it's clearly an insult. And it starts to become so glaringly obvious that this is Lord Odin. And, even though he references to that, Odin is the Jarl, or is that the Jarls fight for Odin. It's more of a tongue-in-cheek sense that by now I think anybody listening to the poem would know that Hárbarður is Odin. But Thor does not seem to, get it right away. And that's not necessarily a structural insult to Thor. I think it's more of a plot convenience sense, because other stories do show that Lord Thor is very smart, very cunning, very intelligent. He is his father's son. But that's why I think that this story may have been framed around stories from the Slavic nation, in referring to Perun and Veles kind of battling. In 25, Thor speaks. He says, "Unequal gifts of men wouldst thou give to the gods, if might too much thou should have." So here it's like he's saying, if you had that much power, you would not give such a clean lot, or you would not give such noble born men if you were in charge of gifting the gods. So he's basically saying, noble princes, highly doubt it. Anybody that travels with you, if they were given to the gods, would be a deficit to the gods, is what he's saying there. Unequal gifts of men wouldst thou give to the gods, if might too much you should have. So again, attacking his character and attacking the content of the people around him, that he's thinking too highly of himself. And then Hárbarð retorts back in 26. He says, "Thor has might enough, but never a heart. For cowardly fear, in a glove wast thou fain to crawl, and there forgot thou wast Thor. Afraid there thou was, thy fear was such to fart or sneeze, lest Fjallar should hear." Now, this is a really cool one, and most people might immediately catch it. He's basically saying that in the story of Thor going to Jotunheim with Loki and with Thialfi and with Röskva, he hides in the glove, but it's worth remembering that the Jotun that that owned the glove was Skrymir, not Fjallar. So I find that very, very interesting that was mentioned, or perhaps even like as a mistake. Thor hides in a glove, and he didn't. He mistaken it for a cave. In the story, he finds a cave to shelter in, and then to re-emphasize the magnitude of Skrymir, it's not a cave, it's his glove. So it really starts to set the default that Thor is entering a world where he's vastly outmatched and he's vastly outnumbered. And then at the end of the story, you find out it was all illusionary magic, and that Lord Thor was, changing the levels of the ocean. He was shifting, the axes of Midgard. He was, fighting against the dissipation of time itself, and he was, lifting the world serpent. So that's the reference that they're making there, is that he, I know that you hung or you hid in a glove. So Fjelljar might be just another name for Screamir, but I think there's some confusion there that was not matched. In 27, Thor speaks and he says, "Thou womanish Hárbarð, to hell would I smite thee straight, could my arm reach over the sound." So now it just that ignites the rage. And again, too, Lord Thor, his embodiment, his domain is the storm and the lightning and the uncontrollable rage and anger, because it was not seen that our ancestors would be spared from the rage of lightning because they honored Thunor, Thor, Donner. They understood that his rage was just right there, brimming on the edge, and so this part of the story is like emphasizes that. Bang! All right, now he's pissed, and they were waiting for it. And he basically resorts to just violence, and with good reason he would. And this kind of lends to clearly the mythos of Mjolnir being thrown. There are stories of him throwing the hammer, and there's the story of him smiting Hrungnir and blasting his head open with a throw, but it's not prevalent here. So I don't think that tossing the hammer was a huge and consistent part of the lore of Thor. So I just wanted to point that out because I thought it would be worth noting. How much of that is Marvel per se, or how much of that is just kind of storytellers breaking down the poems, kind of having some license with it. So the other is the word, and I just saw it now, and I was like, ooh, I would love to see that. The word is Ragi, Ragi, as what he uses for when he says womanish, and the meaning of that word does not pop into my head. I think most people on our show who have been faithful to the Aesir might know like the word like ergi as to mean something of that nature, but this one is kind of interesting, and I just wanted to quickly take a look and see what we have with Raga, the shaggy, Rag, cowardly. Ragna. I know that most people would think of like Ragnarok as the twilight time of the destruction of, or the doom of the gods, or the doom of the Jotuns. But when used by itself, like Ragmenska, it means ignominious calumny or cowardice. So there, I think it's more likely to say that he's saying his like running away, his cowardly behavior. But that's an interesting one to look in if people are interested in Old Norse. We plug it almost every time. Definitely get on Memrise, and getting learning Old Norse from various videos on YouTube. Be very, very good. And getting yourself a good dictionary to kind of work through is really, really important.
All right, so Swan opened up a thing. So Morris Taylor, if you're still around, asked a couple questions. One we'll save till a little bit later because it's not directly relevant, but this one is. Is there a foreign language useful for reading the lore? ? Icelandic? So, yes, what Svan was just talking about on Memrise, a number of us are really trying to work through some of that. You will notice that Witan Svan has a certain inherent familiarity with the lore due to the land of his birth. Um, he has come to us from the volcanic eruption that has become known as Iceland.
You're speaking of me like shield chiefing coming from Sweden to Denmark. I'm on a little raft. I was shipped from Iceland to Vinland to speak with colloquial accents.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly like that. That is a faithful telling of how Witan Svan came to us. So, but realistically, the language that you are trying to read is referred to commonly as Old Norse. My understanding is that Old Norse is to modern Icelandic as, Shakespearean Elizabethan English is to modern English. You can mutually talk between the two. It's been said by other linguistic sources that I've looked into that, a modern Icelander could speak to a Viking and they would understand one another. I can say thee and thou and lo, dost thou question me? Verily shalt I answer your questions. And I may sound silly, but you know what I'm saying and it makes sense. It's similar in that there are differences, but that's why on Memrise that Svan just talked about, I am taking the Icelandic and the Old Norse course to try to be able to mix and match and hope I can utilize Old Norse vocabulary, maybe with modern Icelandic sentencing and putting stuff together to make it work. But yeah, that's what I say that there are bits of lore that are, in Old High German, there are bits of lore that are in Anglo-Saxon, but 97% of the lore that we have is in Old Norse. But I figured we'd knock that question out because it was relevant to what you were just speaking on.
Yeah, and I think it's it is worth noting, like I'm not an Old Norse scholar. I'm on Memrise as well. I have the benefit of Icelandic being my first language, but I came here before I was even in grade school. So my mother spoke immediately to my elder brother saying, like, he needs to learn English immediately. I didn't know any English. Even though my father is American, he was stationed in Iceland outside of the Navy, even though he was in the Navy, because he learned the language. So he was actually working with NATO. And so at the house when I was in Iceland growing up there, it was just Icelandic. And I wasn't old enough to grasp that my father was American or in the American military. I even remember being picked on by some of the Icelandic kids when I was little for being Ariki, an Amariki, which are American. And I didn't understand why. I have a very, very clear memory of like wondering why they were picking on me. And I didn't understand what this was all about. And then when we moved, I had to immediately get shoved into public school system in a very multicultural, diverse military town. And they really felt like the language barrier would be bad. So after about 6 years old and on, I spoke English. But then as I started to come to the faith in my mid-teens, reading it, speaking with my mother about it, it immediately kind of came back. a lot of the pronunciations. So that's what really started me on the road to looking into it and trying to understand more. And some of the rules I just kind of automatically understood. And but I'm not, like a learned Old Norse scholar. So, we are we're doing this with the best of intentions to show, because again, I think too, a lot of scholars don't look at the poetic meaning and some of the kind of more cultural nuanced meanings behind some of the things that were being said. They kind of look for either literal translations or the closest thing that they can find sometimes. Or they just discount them and say like, oh, no, this river doesn't really have a meaning. It's just a holy river. That's an error too. So, and
The land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
well, and I encourage everyone to gain that eye. That's another thing. We're not coveting. We want our folk to know more and to read more. So if you learn Old Norse or you learn Icelandic, all the more important. So
Svan ain't got to covet because he is an Icelandic linguistic wizard, casting his linguistic spells upon us all.
well, so again, looking at it more too, when he says Hárbarður in ragi, it's kind of like cowardly, raggy, weak. I immediately hit my mind because this is going to show you too. I'm very American. The second Mad Max movie, Tina Turner's referring to Mel Gibson's character as the Raggedy Man, and that is very much kind of what's being said here. Is that you're a raggedy man.
It doesn't make you American. That makes you Australian.
Oh well, I mean it was marketed in America. But I'm a child of the 80s for sure.
Bring your foreign nonsense on my shore.
That's a great movie. So, he says, I'd smite thee if I could reach across the sound. And Hárbarð says in 28, wherefore reach over the sound, since strife we have none? What, Thor, didst thou do then? Why would you smite me? Again, this is a feigning. Why would you fight me? We have just a few minutes ago, you said we had no bad blood, or you had no bad blood with me. And then Thor speaks in 29, eastward I was, and the river I guarded well, where the sons of Svarong sought me there. Stones did they hurl, small joy did they have of winning. Before me there to ask for peace did they fare. What, Hárbarð, did thou do the while? So this part is interesting. The sons of Svarong may likely very much be an alluding to another story that we don't have. And this, again, really shows the incompleteness of the stories that were transferred to poems. And he says, they hurled stones at me and they had no chance of winning, so much so that when I went through them, they begged for a truce. They begged for peace by the time I was done with them. He's not saying he gave it to him. He's just saying by the time I got into full swing, they were begging for mercy. And he says, what were you doing? And Hárbarð says, eastward I was and spake with a certain one. I played with the linen white maid and met her by stealth. I gladdened the gold decked one, and she granted me joy. So this is where some people have taken this to mean that, and I think this is the main crux of the argument, that this is not Lord Odin, but that this is Loki, is that they try to say that he went eastward and laid with Golve. If anybody remembers from that story, Golve is one of the first emissaries of the Vanir to step amongst the Aesir. And she's bedecked in gold, and she brings cunning and witchery. And the that kind of lending to that is that this is really Loki, and he slept with Golve. Or what more likely may be the case is that this is another alluding to a story that is not, known to us. And you'll find people like, see, he says this here, and that's the reason why we believe what we believe, or we think what we think, but without consideration of the entire whole and what's going on. But it's I think it's a stretch, and I think that the gold decked one is reference to women the women in general, the pleasing sense of women, and a woman that is bedecked in gold and with white arms, or with fiery hair. These descriptions always hold kind of a sense of beauty in the cultural sense of a woman. So, because he also, I played with the linen white maid, that he's referring absolutely to her skin tone. She is linen white, and I met her by stealth, and that kind of alludes to the idea that she may be another married woman. And I gladdened the gold-decked one, and she granted me joy. So some people kind of really take the Gul Bjotr as being a specific trait to a specific being. And when I think that the linen white and the gold decked are both reference to a woman. And again, Hárbarð always speaks of his kind of sexual conquests in the East amongst the Jotnar. And I think that has a lot of stock, especially when you consider that most of the Vikingur were like military traveling warriors, and
so we have a really, imagine, if you will, a day before the age of toxic masculinity. No, that's a really, I think male and female audiences would respond to that. He's able to go to foreign lands and, get the chicks. And I think that it's not just like he's some dude in port somewhere. One of the things with the giants, and you see this in the Jotnar encounters, in a later age, in a later time, they're, these dullard, like, literally ogres and things. But in the high age of the Eddas, they're very often these very wise magicians, these primal, like, geomancers or whatever, these sorcerers of these very primal elements. And I don't know the right way to relate this on the program and not offend anybody, but they're not just like, some chick at the bar. These are wise and powerful elemental forces. These are, pretty difficult people to impress. You'll see that when the gods interact with Jotnar in this way, very often it's a test of knowledge and of magic. It's, even the greatest of the gods go there and have to prove themselves. And it's not, that level of superiority is not clear. It's not impressive for a god to go amongst mortals and score chicks. That's, they're gods. It's kind of a thing you can do. Going amongst the primordial, like, sorcerers and sorceresses of our existence and the world, it probably takes a lot to do well with the ladies in that way. And that's really, I mean, all of these things, if it's not obvious to this point, are these flexes. Like, yeah, I'm whooping up on these giants. What are you doing? Well, guess what I'm doing, you know? And these are all flexes, and that's not without note, certainly to this audience. He is able to go woo these giantesses of great stature as far as their intellect and their value. It's really different, you know. It's much more of an accomplishment than it may seem like, and it is a huge accomplishment that Thor is able to best these immensely powerful beings in combat. It is also very impressive that Lord Odin is able to bed these giantesses, and the comparison in a, you know, like locker room back and forth it's rich with meaning, and I think it's a little bit more than maybe a modern audience would read in the text.
Well, and I mean, you speak of like the esoteric nature of it. I mean, obviously, people might be like, well, are you reaching for this? Again, when Thor goes to Jotunheim and he drinks from the horn and he lowers the seas in Midgard, the context of primordial natures to the east is clearly already established. The idea of how the east affects the middle, because it is also in the middle, is already established. So we're not really stretching it very far. And the idea that really what we're looking at is two divine powers going into the primordial and attacking or defeating or conquering in very different ways. One is done through subterfuge, one is done through charisma and with guile, and the other is done with brute force and bravery. And that's ultimately what's kind of being said here, is that Lord Odin moves through and in to the aggression against the gods in a way that is, again, when he steps out of the castle, when he steps out of heaven, all bets are off. Dynamicism is about winning. It's not about, following ardent rules. And Lord Thor, when he steps out of the heavenly realm, his nature takes over, and that is to simply drive a wedge, to thorn or to purge through that which is in front of him. So it's really, I think, talking about their natures and the way that they conquer the primordial.
And so I think it's worth noting here, and this is just throwing kind of random stuff out. I don't want to overplay what relevance this has, but these very primal forces, there's something to be said for being able to best primal forces in matters of lust and sexuality, because they are very primal in that nature, and it's really different so for somebody to go, I feel like this is a little bit overstating. I don't know how to make an analogy that's not too stretched, but from something that is astral and very much from the upper world to go to something that is very primal and be able to best them at a primal thing is a powerful display of your ability in all realms. If you're a competitive, lifter, and you can go to a chess tournament and whoop up on the chess champions, at the same time. That's a really interesting way to show ability and aptitude. And that's one of the cool, there's so many things in this that clearly point to Hárbarð being Lord Odin, that it's kind of ridiculous to think otherwise. And I think that people who do are working off of Rydberg, and that was an idea that he had at a time where we had a lot less points of reference than we have. But that's one of the big things about Lord Odin, is his ability to travel through the worlds and do things, his versatility. And I think some of that is displayed in that he can best these giants in tests of wisdom. He can best them in sexual conquests. He can best them in a lot of ways that are very, I don't know, coming at it from several different angles. In a lot of ways, he is a Renaissance man to the extreme. The fact that he is so versatile in his skill set and his level of mastery of things show his preeminence as the king of the gods, the father of the gods, the All-Father.
We were on 31, correct? I believe so.
Yes, you know that better than I do, because I'm the one that takes us on these crazy excursions widely afield from the text. I promise when I do it, I think it's relevant and I hope it's useful.
Well, so in 31, Thor speaks and he says, and remember too, you're going to notice it's one line and a one line and a one line. There is no real poetic measure here. This is a very chaotic poem. And again, I think that we have to remember the poems come from stories. I believe that the story ultimately was inspired by, again, like the Slavic sense of the dynamic verses. And I think that's the power of what makes the gods, is that when we hear the stories about them, it's the truths or the mysteries in them are clearly there. And I think that the gods know this. It's not incumbent upon them to just simply state it. It's that it exists, and it exists with us to have the inclination to look deeper into them. But, you see the measure and the overall sense. So when people really like lean in hard on these being like a Bible, it's like, you got to know and remember, no, these have, issues with them, whether they're, misquoting certain, characters in the other stories, or they just get chaotic and stop following poetic measure completely. And this is like the whole section of this. And the other thing is that this one is going to really get the goose of, I think people who are of this day and age and their sense of morality, because he speaks about holding down a Jotun maid. So Thor speaks and he says, "Full fair was thy woman finding." Now in there, that line, he says that the word mankini, Kynni, and man, of course, being the neutral word for people. It's interesting that he specifically used woman finding. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, I think that fits because of the entirety of the subject they're talking about. But it's not necessarily the word that would immediately lend to that. And man, of course, being people, and Kynni being like the inspiration or lighting of. So, or it could have been meant that way. Oh, you're very good at, kind of, what is it? igniting the people you meet or inflaming the passions of the people you meet, even though he's clearly talking about just consistently wooing over. Hárbarð speaks, thy help did I need then, Thor, to hold the white maid fast. So I wish I had your strength to, keep the wriggling maid still. And Thor speaks, gladly had I been there, my help to thee had been given. And then Hárbarð retorts, I might have trusted thee then, didst thou not betray thy troth. And then Thor returns, no heel biter am I in truth, like an old leather shoe in spring. So this exchange here is, while I was in the East and I was, conquesting, I could have used you to pin down that wriggling maid. How wily she was. And so a lot of people immediately take this into, they're talking about rape. And more likely, if you look at some of the runic names that are on stones, the idea of like the wiliness or the inability to be pinned down. And I think that reference is here, is that he's saying like she was wily and maybe even very flexible is a kind of a thing he's alluding to. And he's like, I really could have used your help with your strength. You could have held her still. And he said, I gladly would have been there. And my help I would give. And then Hárbarð returns with, well, I can't trust you. You're known for turning on your word. And he said, no heel biter. The heel biter in essence, backbiter, and giving, a shoe is supposed to protect your foot. The ultimate insult a shoe can do is give you a blister in the heel, is kind of what's being alluded to in that use of the word. So I'm no heel.
Many a shoe has betrayed me, if that is the case.
What's that?
I said many a shoe has betrayed me.
Yes.
If that's the case. And
I think that's where the source of the colloquial meaning comes from. Is like, it's like calling a shield wrist breaker. It's supposed to protect you, but yet when it gets hit, it snaps your wrist in half. So I am no heel biter.
You mentioned wrist breaker. Random point of interest. That is the colloquial code name for the model sword that Relentless, the AFA sword, is.
Oh,
because it's heavy, and you got to be mighty of arm to wield it, lest it damage your wrist.
Right, it's going to work against you, just along with your enemies, if you're not strong enough. The entire stanza 36, again, it gets very chaotic. It's a one-liner, and it's simply that question again, what Thor did thou do a while? And Thor speaks, he says, in Hlessi, the brides of the berserkers slew I. Most evil they were, and all they betrayed. And Hárbarð says, shame, didst thou win that woman thou slewest? Did you manage to bed any of these, berserker wives? And this is kind of an interesting thing here. So the usage of the berserka and the idea that berserkers were kind of scary edge. They weren't community based. Berserkers weren't seen as people you could have around. They were kind of very much on the edges of society. And so calling them berserker brides or berserker wives is, again, even going further over that edge line towards troll wives, troll witches, evil thirser maidens. And he, slays them all. And Hárbarð says, it's a shame. Did you win any of them before you slayed them? And he says, she-wolves they were like, and women but little. So he's like, they were more like female wolves than women. My ship, which well I had trimmed, did they shake. With clubs of iron they threatened, and Thialvi they drove off. What, Hárbarð, didst thou the while? So he's makes a mention, but he says, yo, they were not, I could not bed them. They weren't women. They were she-wolves. And they had grasped my ship and shook it. And this is, again, there's no real named or mentioning of a specific ship that Thor owns, or this could, again, be alluding to another story where he was on a ship and these troll wives, these witch wolf women, grasp onto the edges of his boat to try to tip it. They shaked it and they swung iron clubs at him, and they chased Thialfi off. And that's what makes me believe that this might be, again, another alluding to another story, because Thialfi is, if for those familiar, Thialfi and Röskva travel with Thor to Jotunheim, and Thialfi seems to be, again, a continuing character in the stories. And there may have been other stories about him and Lord Thor traveling about, and this might have been one of them, but they chase him off. So while I was fending off the venomous bitch trolls, what were you doing? So he's like, I'm out here, I'm fighting it. I'm giving it the good fight. What were you doing? Hárbarð says in 40, in the host I was that hither fared, the banners to raise and the spear to redden. So there's an interesting point of this. What it may seem is, and what's being spoken of is, I was in the troll wives and the she wolves and the Jotuns or what have you. I was in their group. I was in their midst, and I was encouraging them to fight you. And a lot of people, again, point this out. That's Loki. That's Loki. That's why he was in or amongst the throng. If we're going to look at it like that, one thing that's worth noting too is that oftentimes Lord Odin is seen as the one who aggresses against you at the greatest moment, or the moment of choosing. He does this with Sigurd's father, Sigmund, and repeatedly over and over again. And if I was to read in this more in a story sense, I would definitely say if he's amongst the throng, encouraging these Jotuns to attack his son, he's doing it because he's making his son stronger. He's throwing these forces against him. He's angling the forces to again build his son up. But it also might just be, again, another insult towards him, that he's saying, oh yeah, I remember that because I was there and I encouraged it. It could be something as simple as that, because that again readdresses Hárbarð's kind of goading nature. Even if he wasn't actually there and doing it, he's saying that he did it in order to make sure that he knows, oh yeah, it's like, I'm the reason that even happened.
And also, Svan, what is one of Lord Odin's Heti or other names he's known by?
Oh, Bulwarker.
Yeah.
Bale worker.
That's the thing, is there's in context, so many of these references are very much in character with Lord Odin's by names, with the stuff that he is either takes credit for doing or is accused of doing. And his flex on Thor about how the noble in battle go to Odin's hall, and like Thor just gets the commoners or whatever. He talks about stirring strife amongst the princes and bringing them to battle. I think there's a lot of There is common sense to a lot of these things if you read it in the way that normal human beings would read these things. But it's very tempting to some to run with a wild theory that you can try to like wedge in there and be like, aha, I know a secret that you guys don't know. What about this new theory that I came up with? And you can do it to a lot of different things. And I don't think it's always bad intended, but it's not done from a place of piety. It's done from a place of, I don't know, perhaps scholasticism, perhaps hubris, but there's very much a common sense place to take these things. Now we got 20 more verses, and we're going to hit those 2 weeks from now. We're going to cut off our study of the Hárbarðsljóð right now, and we'll answer some of the questions that we haven't got to and any additional questions you guys might have. And we'll get to the conclusion of this here in 2 weeks. I'm going to hope you will, and I'm going to try to pressure him into it and flex on him and get him to. But Svan, we would love to have you on next week as part of our centennial program. I'm going to try to get a whole bunch of different people on. Nobody's really got to leave until we start stacking up. But I want to celebrate a lot of the guests that we've had. And you've been on almost 50% of the shows that we've done. So we would love to have you here for part of it. You certainly don't have to be here for all of it if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'll definitely
love to have you call in and celebrate with us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's, man, doesn't seem like it's been, 99 episodes so far. We have learned a lot in those, not quite 2 years that we've been doing this. Nick has helped out tremendously behind the scenes, and he's so often unsung because we don't see him on here. But producing this show and making it all work is a lot of work that he does on the back end. Folks that don't, and why would you? There's no way that anybody listening to this, or even the vast majority of people involved in AFA leadership, would really understand. But I mean, I'd say Nick, top 3 as far as hard workers in the AFA. I'd say that pretty confidently. Nick does lots for us all of the time, and helping the show be a success is a big part of what he does, and we appreciate it a lot. See where we've got. There have been kind of interesting things floating in and out of the chat. One of those things is, one of the many things that Nick does is Nick offers your professional services to people for free. Nick says that you will show up at winter nights and cut people's hair for free. Nick has signed you up for this.
Yeah, so no, that's fair. I've done it before, and I enjoyed doing it. It really kind of depends on the situation, and it generally, if there's a 3-day weekend, if we're doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it most likely will be in the beginning of Friday. And I know a lot of folks can't get there until perhaps they're leaving work early or what have you. I try to do a little bit Saturday morning, but that depends on scheduling. That also depends on my children. If I have my children with me, and my wife is busy or what have you, like at winter nights, it was perfect. My wife had the kids and everything was fine. I was able to go. How long was that? I was here. That was like 8 hours of cutting.
Oh, did you cut your hair? Did you cut hair this last winter nights?
The one in Ohio.
Okay, I did not. I was going to say this last one we had at Sigerheim, I did not get my hair cut by you.
No, and that's because of Well,
but
the electricity.
also kind of a unique setting. But I've done it many times before, and people will overuse your generosity and have you out there doing it. It's really kind of a nice thing, and I appreciate that you do it. Oh, I'll try to plan so I can get at least touched up by you there. That's saying that, so you will be joining us up in New Hampshire this year.
Yes, absolutely.
That's awesome. So those of you that may not know, I suppose it's an okay time to plug it. Wasn't my intention, but might as well. For the first time, we're going to be celebrating our National Winter Nights up in New Hampshire. That's August 11th through the 13th. I would encourage anybody who can to join us up there. I am excited. I've never been to that part of the country. I think the furthest north on that coast I've ever been is the Boston area for something a number of years ago. But even then, it was just kind of fly in, go to the moot, and fly out. So I'm eager to see it. I'm excited to be up there and hang out with all of our far northeast AFA family and anybody else who can make it up there. And Svan will be up there cutting hair. So there we go. So I said this, and I literally put this in the text to Mandy. You've been looking real good the past 2 episodes, Svan, and I texted no homo, so it made it all right. But you're looking sharp. No, I noticed, so I really like my barber. He's awesome, but his hair looks like crap, and he always wears a hat, and he's kind of, disheveled looking gentleman, and that seems to be a commonality amongst barbers that I've interacted with. So somebody's doing your hair and seems like doing an okay job.
Well, so one of the things, like the last episode and the time before, my hair has grown out. I normally cut it really, really short. It's grown out. It was grown out so much because I hadn't had a haircut. And one of the kind of rules that you want to look for is when you go to a barber shop, you look for the barber that has a lot of hair around his chair, because he just doesn't have time to clean it up. And he's wearing a hat and has like a terrible haircut, because that guy is giving everyone else in the barbershop their haircuts. And that's the guy you want to go for. And so I was getting super, super long, and I ended up cutting my own hair. So this is my own work, which I don't normally do on myself, but I knew that VNS was
turn to your right for me.
What's that?
Right face.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks sharp. It looks good.
Yeah, I did it all on my own, and that was just because I had a break and I needed to get it done. I knew VNS was coming up, and I just felt like a shaggy mess, and it's starting to get really hot here in Virginia.
You did, but you should have kept your beard where you had it 2 weeks ago.
No, I had to cut it back in.
You looked like some kind of I don't know, some kind of whaleboat captain or something. You need like Cobb Pipe. It looked awesome. Not so completely no joke. It really did look awesome.
I stared into the darkness from the lighthouse.
That's a thing. When I grow my beard in the wintertime, I am limited by the little extenders on my clippers that I got, because I don't know how to trim it up to get it a little bit longer. I'd go a little bit more if I had bigger extenders on the trimmer, but no, it looks sharp. So it goes to a question. This is not just rambling about your appearance. It does go to a question that we have over in the questions from Eric the Red Light. A barber question for Svan.
Nice.
Do certain head shapes go better with certain hairstyles? Is that just a thing on the internet?
So there's a difference between a head shape and a face shape. And I'm assuming that you're talking about face shapes. Yes, face shapes do affect if you have kind of a larger, and generally we look at right around the nose and ear. Everything above the nose and ear, if it's larger and you have a slighter chin, Getting like high fades are not good because it'll look like, like a swath of hair on a watermelon, or just, you don't want that. You want more of a rounded fade, lower fades.
Like Bert?
Like who?
Like Bert?
Bert, yes, like Bert, or even Ernie too kind of has that swath of hair on the top of his head, and then the sides are kind of ultimately skinned. But then you could also, like, I want to get a high skin fade. Well, then if you have a slighter, narrower face, grow your beard out. That will even out the differences between the two. So face shape does matter. It's not just an internet thing. Head shape, you can't really help that. And I would think, again, every time Asatru Brother brings up like calipers and stuff, one of the big things you should consider, and this is just a commonality thing amongst the Aryan folk, is that the bridge of the nose and the crook of the ear, and that space on the side of your head between the crook of your ear and the parietal ridge, that's where your fade space is. So if you have higher ears, or let's just say you might have a kind of a smaller, more stockier skull, getting a fade might not be the best thing. It might be better to simply get like a fade in the temples and a little on the neck and go for more of a taper. And if anybody's ever confused as like what is a taper and what is a fade, just remember a fade is a line that is created by a zero guard or a zero clipper. They make a line in the zero, and we have multiple zeros. There's 0A, 000, 40, 50, and the bigger the zero number gets, the closer it is till eventually we get to like razor or bald fades. And that your hair fades into the line that's created. If you get a taper, it's utilizing your natural hairline. It's just, it could go down to like a 1 or just a 0A at the very, very bottom. And that's what, getting a taper is. But yeah, face shape does matter. It's not so terribly important, I think, as the articles make it, but there is some considerations when I look at a client and they ask me to do a certain type of haircut. I'll say, well, your face shape is like this, so maybe we should do a mid in the front and arc it up to a high and then drop it low in the back, so that way as it grows in, it grows better and envelops your head, as opposed to just doing the like the Forrest Gump Frankenstein kind of thing like I got going on now. And that's because I did it myself.
Your hair looks immaculate at the moment.
Well, and I'm wearing most people might be familiar with Murray's pomade. Normally it is sold to the what is it? You said the ebon hued folk.
So stop. We would like to hue the.
Well, they made one for our folk too called Super Light, and it's like a double whipped one.
Stop.
And that's what I'm using now.
Stop. The hair product that everyone listening to this fine broadcast should use. They do not show, but they should. It doesn't speak to their people, but they should still sponsor this program.
Here you are plugging it.
Gorilla Snot. I wish I had my bottle with me. I would hold it up to the camera. Believe in this product. It is priced affordably. It holds amazingly. We've got several varieties. Different gorillas on the bottle sporting different kinds of hair. A lot of that seems like nonsense, but they all smell different. They all smell good. They hold awesome. And if you get something messed up and you like wet your hand and like run it through your hair to fix it, it refreezes. I used to use pomade, and it's difficult to get out of your hair if you get the waxy kind. I used to use Ruzel, and I thought it was awesome because it's got a pig on it, because they used to use pig fat. They don't use pig fat anymore. That's deceptive. Don't be fooled. Yeah, don't be fooled. Also, full disclosure, Gorilla Snot does not contain Gorilla Snot. Don't be misled. I say this, I do have two barbering questions, one kind of ridiculous, one serious. When you're cutting in somebody's doing sideburns, Do you do it even to the ear or even to the face? Like even to each other or even to the ear?
Always do even to each other because people have different features. Sometimes, ears and nose are off. My ears are off. So what the way that I was taught from the old barber, he's passed away since 2020. He didn't die from COVID or anything like that. He died from heart failure. Great guy, and just a curmudgeon of a barber that been cutting hair since the 60s, and he hated hippies with such a virulent hatred that I just would get giddy when he talked about it. He taught me and said, just imagine, you set one sideburn to where the customer wants it, and then you look at them and picture them kind of being submerged in water and follow that line across. And that's where you set it, because the ears, the eyes, and the nose are not great indicators.
I feel like I would be like this if we were doing that, because I cut my sideburns to the ear. So that's interesting. I was unaware I was doing it incorrectly.
Well, and if your ears are even, then it's not an issue. And also too, you're running. I can see right now your temple fade is medium high, and you're looking at like a 0, so it's not super.
I got what the guy does. It's nothing right now, but when I get shaggy, my guy's awesome. I've been going to him for a long time. Honestly, I talk to him about you a lot with your like barber and stuff. Also try to sell him to be a official distributor of the swab or of the grill. He doesn't.
He goes for the other high brand Suavecito.
No, he doesn't use Suavecito either. He does with like the chick that I think she's like in a martini glass or something. I used to use that one, and now it's bothering me. I can't remember what it is.
Oh, Layrite.
Yeah, he uses Layrite.
Yep.
I'm trying. You guys are both wrong. You need to be Suave, or you need to be Gorilla Snot distributors.
Moco de Gorilla.
See.
I can just picture you doing like some Mexican like spokesperson for it.
If they would compensate me in pastor tacos or burritos or pastor anything. So that's a random side thing, not at all relevant to anything we're discussing. But since moving out west, I say out west, I was in Alaska. That's as far west as you can go in these United States. But we did not have a lot of great taco culture up there. Pastor, that is a meat you can't get a lot of places. It's unfortunate. It's delicious, like barbecued pork. Somebody told me it was like a Middle Eastern by way of Mexico kind of recipe. I don't know if that's the case, but it's a thing out here, and I don't find it anyplace else I go for the Mexican food. So there you go. For what it's worth. But we are generating barber questions. Oh, I said I had 2. Do you ever give anybody side hawks, like the dude from Prodigy or like Hawk from the Legion of Doom?
No, I've never. Oh, actually, once there was a young kid, and he told me he was trying to emulate a haircut from a Star Wars animated show, in which there was 2 hawks that connected in the back and then became a single hawk. That's as crazy as I've done, but I did it with a razor blade. I shaved it down bald, and he was very happy, but it took a long time to do it.
Fair enough. Also, if you want to go and you find yourself in Virginia Beach area and you want to get a jerry curl, this gentleman will not do it for you. He says he has not possessed the kin to do these things.
My soul does not glow.
He could give you the Gumby like eraser kid from Kid and Play thing. I think you can make that happen. I don't think you're necessarily inclined to make it happen, but you could if you wanted to.
Yeah, when you go to barber school, one of the big things is barber schools are predominantly, well, in my area especially, you're going to find it's predominantly a black barbershop style. And I learned just really good fading techniques from the blacks. And then I learned shaving from the Filipinos. I had a Filipino kind of teacher. His name is Romeo, and he taught me about shaving the face. And then when I left, I had to physically find a folk barber, and I found a really old one, and he's the one that kind of culminated all of my skill into where I was going. But I definitely learned from different folk when they were doing stuff, and our people don't have a barber culture anymore. It was completely demolished by Vidal Sassoon and the whole 1960s, women getting pixie cuts and men growing their hair out egregiously. And
if you don't look good, he don't look good.
Yeah, and I mean they like strip malls, was it Ron Paul, and all of that stuff started to become a thing. Hair cutteries and sports clips and all of those. Folk men don't have a place to go, and I don't just cut exclusively folk men. I have some non-folk clients who are really great guys, and they really like my work, and I don't begrudge them anything. And
you heard it here, folks. Fawn is advertising for a rainbow coalition of folks to attend his barbershop.
No, I have a preference.
You can shave a Z in it, or whatever you're doing.
Oh, I do mainly vintage cuts, and I prefer straight hair over curly hair, obviously, or like tight curly hair. And most black barbers seek out their own cultural places, and I think I really wish that's something that we could do. I'm on
a stupid tangent tonight, but this guy so I used to be that guy that would just run one length. I think it was like a 2 over my beard and my facial hair. You guys will see some. Actually, I'm going to throw Nick a picture right now. I don't know why we're on this barber thing.
I guess the barber questions.
Don't overanalyze it. Just enjoy it.
Ask more. I love barber questions. That's great.
No, barber questions are cool, and they're kind of a neat aside. I am going to get to all the honest, serious questions. I'm not just being ridiculous, but it is what the man does, and he's a very, very good barber.
There was a question about tips for trimming a beard.
Yeah. Hey, while I'm locating a picture of myself with my former haircut, can you go ahead and advise folks on tips for trimming one's own beard and shaping it?
Yes. One thing to consider is the shape of your face. The reason why I have the beard that I do is because I feel that the sides of my face below my ears are wider, or at least it widens out at the top and it widens out at the bottom. So one consideration you might have is to go for what is called a Hollywoodian beard, which is where you shave the sideburn. And what this does is it makes the profile of your face much more square and thin. So if you're a rounder faced guy and you're growing a beard out and it looks like a hula skirt on a coconut, trim that thing down and then continue the line. And the way you can do that really is if you get yourself a pair of long scissors and you comb your beard and then use the cuts, vertically, and then just go straight across the bottom, unless you're trying to do a 45. So you could do, straight down, across the bottom, and then you get your mustache by you take the scissors and you go 45 degree away from your lip and you cut down, because you don't want to cut your mustache down to one length. It becomes like aggressive Velcro. And if you're kissing your wife or you're kissing your girlfriend, it's going to be bad. You want it to be a little bit longer on top, so it's softer. And
you cut them up. That's how you stake your claim.
Right. You could tell by the burns on her face. The other thing is that if you do have sides, I'm a big promoter for the Hollywoodian, but if you do have sides, one of the things you could do is take a beard trim and you just find a number that fits well for you. Like say right up here at a 1, and then you just put on the 2, go a little lower, and just work with it until you're right about your ear level. So think about it as your sideburns are places where you can play and fade things. Don't go any further down into the beard unless you absolutely have to. You can do your whole. What's that?
No, you're fine. I'm gonna throw a pause in because he says he's leaving. Hey, Monk, it was really, really nice to go and see and meet your wife today. I look forward to answering her any questions she might have. I gave her my number. I hope she'll text me any stuff she needs or any questions. But it was really nice, and I'm glad to get to do that. I hope you have a really good night. Sorry, I was speaking to a friend of mine and a member out here in Nevada. Continue with your stuff, but I do have a kind of a follow-up question about the mustache.
Well, and I see here it says, trim, I trim my own beard, or like help a hermit out. One of the things you really need is just a longer pair of scissors. You can buy them very cheaply. Get the China brand from Walmart. Get yourself a comb. Make sure that you wash and semi-dry your beard so it's fully stretched. And then you can trim, like, if you think about it, like V-shape 45s or flat across the bottom. If it's really, really close, you're going to need an edger. And the edger generally you can buy a Norelco edger for like $20. And they'll have little teeny heads or guards on them. And you can use that to, fade the sides or taper the sides is really what it is. So yeah, you use the scissors for your mustache, use the scissors for the general shape of your beard, use the trimmer to make sure that it's angled flat and straight. And then the last and final part I would say is get yourself a cheap, razor. The big thing you want to look out for is anything that doesn't have like a lot of razors now have like 6 blades and the very wide head, and you can't get down to your beard line. So a safety razor or a razor with just 2 blades on it, put your finger on your beard and then just go, across the grain or up the grain, depending on how sensitive your skin is, and kind of clear your face out every once in a while. If you use an electric shaver, use one with horizontal cutters, never the circular. Those things are garbage. You can find them on Amazon. They're horizontal.
Oh, this is a strange turn, and we do have questions that are more Asatru related. But while we're on all this stuff, because I think we got people that would like to know. Oh, yeah, here's a picture. There is me. It's a cool picture, honestly. The tri-horns for the AFA come from that stone in the center there. That's the Snodelev stone in Denmark. And that's me and founder Stephen McNallen and Brad Taylor Hicks on our trip to Denmark in 2014. But yeah, I just took like a number 2 and I did everything number 2. Because again, I got the tism when it comes to that. And when you start cutting to even stuff up, soon enough, you've got nothing because you're endlessly trying to make adjustments and you can only take away, you can't add. So it kind of goes to where my thing is on mustache. If it starts getting in my mouth, I've got to cut it, or I'm going to chew it, or I'm going to do some other nonsense to where I'm going to mess with it. So I try to cut it to my lip so the lip is exposed, but not beyond the lip. But then I play with like different angles of it's endlessly tedious. Is that a thing, or am I just crazy? Do other people mess with that? Because I know like in the Old West, you have it down to it just hangs down and you can take it out to the side if you want.
Yeah, if you use wax, but yeah, you eat it. And I just recently trimmed mine. The big thing I would say is comb your mustache down, and then what I call the awkward elevator smile. Get a smile without showing your teeth. And what you do is you slide the scissor in to where you want it to be cut. You think about a 45-degree angle off your lip, and you just work your way across. And when you unrelax, or when you relax your face, the cut will follow your lip. So you force it to be straight, cut it straight, and then it relaxes.
Gentlemen, I think you understand exactly why we're having this conversation. Ladies, you may not. There really is a lot of it that goes into that. Your face is literally your first impression you make with people. And so one thing that stood out to me a lot, to bring it back in, when I was at the museum in Stockholm, so there's this silly Hollywood thing about our ancestors being these like ooga booga, roadkill wearing, ridiculous barbarians, and it wasn't the case. Most of the archaeological finds, I say most, maybe that's a stretch, a massive chunk of the archaeological finds are personal hygiene items, and a lot of them are these little like clippers for like beard and facial hair trimming. It was really important to our ancestors, and to guys that don't want to look ridiculous today, it's important too. So it's kind of neat when we get an expert in the field to be able to give us some tips, even though he cannot tell us how to activate our jerry curls, if that's that's the route we wanted to take. Which hopefully
I just saw Mike. He said, "Just let it shine through." Talking about my soul glow.
Feeling oh so silky smooth. All right, so we're gonna take it back to something that's less nonsensical. Morris Taylor asked early on in the program, if Ragnarok has not yet happened, how does the lore know what happens, or is it a repeating cycle? Let's have you take a swing at this first, if you will, Witan Svan.
Well, again, we spoke about mythic time and the idea that the chronological sense of the way we see the stories doesn't necessarily apply to the gods. But let's just push that aside for a second and just say that one of the big points of Ragnarok is the Fimbul winter, and the idea of 3 years or 3 cycles of the sun conjoined only by a winter. So that would be one of the big ones that would kind of, again, allude to that. But I mean, are we talking about a physical event that happens here, or are we talking about the what could happen to the gods? I think the biggest thing is most Asatru that I meet think of it as the inevitable end that drives the gods forward. And that's what is really important, that our gods are not immortal. They're not omnipotent. A lot of other religions, especially universalist religions, have turned their God into that, even though that wasn't always the case since the beginning. But they have made their gods so abstract to cover all angles, because, again, the singularity doesn't work in nature. Multiplicity does. So what you got to do is make singularity just be everywhere and everything at all times. So that just makes divinity so abstract that you can't even relate to it. You can't, get that. That's why I think Christians really push the concept of like eternal love or the conditional love that they go on. That really helps their followers relate to the abstract. So if I was to say, like, I guess in a sense, I believe that that's the thing that makes our gods move, is that there's a point in which the present converges with the past. Everything kind of coalesces and culminates. And that really is the lesson that's being learned. The actions of the Aesir start a process. The slaying of Ymir, the establishment of the unification of the gods. Cosmic order gods unify with natural law gods to fight against, dissipative chaos and resistance. And the struggle continues. But if we didn't have that, if it was all just, ambrosia and immortality for forever, that does not hold true to the way our people relate to the divine. It may work for other peoples, but it doesn't work for us. And that's what Ragnarok really is this that ultimate reality that even the great and long living, nearly immortal, powerful gods have to face an end, and that makes them more purposeful and intuitive, and it connects us because we have an end as well. At the same time, we also learn that our ends are not permanent, that ascension is possible, that the culmination of the soul movement elsewhere. It's the same with the Aesir, with the bold one, Balder, and his movement, and then his return after Ragnarok. And that's another big thing that in the Asatru Folk Assembly, we focus a lot on that, especially in relation to Midsummer, the return, because even in the deepest of darkness, we should be able to rise up. And that has a lot of connotations, whether it's internal, whether it's external within the world. And, do we only get a chance to rise up once? No. So that's one of the mythic truth of Ragnarok, is that the gods can and will and do rise up quite often. And so shall we. That's kind of the overall of the story.
What Svan said. No, there's more. There's a couple of things. So let's take all of the extrapolations out of it. It hasn't happened yet. How do we know about it in the lore? Well, in the lore, how do the gods know about it before it happens? The way the lore describes it is there's a dream that depicts some of the events that lead up to it. And there's the summoning of a seeress that practices divination that's able to tell tidings of the future. And that's how, the Holy Aesir learn of it, so that they can make preparations for it. In any of our conception of things, there is the idea by scholars that our ancestors were fatalistic, in the sense that, nope, everything has a determined fate and there's nothing you can do to fix it and whatever. And that's not true. And I think it's really interesting that Mother Scold, her name doesn't mean what will happen, it's what should happen if you stay the course. That's the point of divination. If you know what the future holds, then you can adjust accordingly to make something better. I believe it's Rhytho in the rune poem that if an arrow comes at you and again, I'm doing this an approximation, so forgive me if I'm inaccurate. The idea is if you see an arrow in flight, and if you can see it and you can catch the idea, then you can stop it before it finds its target. If you have an understanding of the workings of weird, and you're able to use divination and see the projected course of events, you can adjust and act accordingly. What I believe very much is at the root of Aryan magic is recognizing synchronicities within weird, or within earth, within fate. Seeing those things, recognizing, taking advantage of situations that present themselves to you, and avoiding things that you ought to avoid. Being skillful at navigating the weave of the tapestry of earth, the tapestry of fate, is instructive on your ability to act within our reality and to make things happen and manifest in your favor. And so there's some of that at play. Maybe deeper than the question that you asked, but I think it's very important to understand. You're right that things do happen in cycles. Our gods are born and fight and grow and die and come back and fight and grow. That's all in a sense, but it's not in a sense that we can really quantify in that way. It's the best way we have to understand it. But like Witan Svan pointed out, Lord Balder, he is slain and he dies. But he doesn't cease to exist. He goes into the realm of hell, and he sits and is entertained in state, and he is a prince in a foreign land, and he is taken care of. And after Ragnarok, he comes back to his kingdom and he picks up the pieces. What we know just scientifically is that energy doesn't get destroyed. It goes somewhere. It still exists and does something, much like our existence. The other thing is that I think is instructive in all of this, and this may not be where you meant the question to go, but it's where I'm steering the ship, and I appreciate your leave in doing so. We believe in the Asatru folk assembly very much in posthumous ascension. And what I say with that is that death isn't the end. You can, once you go through the process of death and whatever judgment is rendered by your ancestors and by the Aesir, assuming that you are not consigned to the strand, your reputation can still be elevated. You still have ability to make something of yourself, even if maybe you weren't able to accomplish all that you wanted to in this life. And we as your folk, and perhaps as your kin after you pass, can affect your might in the other realm beyond the veil by singing your praises, by doing things in your honor, by trying to elevate you as best as we can. And that's kind of and I don't feel that we need to elevate Meister von List. He is a celebrated hero of our folk, and I have every reason to believe that he is in some ascended form. We celebrate him as such. But as a nod to that, he made a vow that in his life, he was going to, as a child, when he came home in his own way to Asatru. There's a story he visited some ruins, I believe, with his father in Austria, and he decided at one point that one day I am going to build a temple to Odin. And he was going to do this. And he wasn't able to build a physical temple to Odin in his life, but he set in course so many things that have led us to where we are today. It was very important to me that when we established, when we dedicated the Hof to Lord Odin, that we establish the shrine we have to the ascended Meister Guido von List in that very Hof as a way of fulfilling the vow that he made so that he could get that credit in the afterlife. And I hope that was well accepted. I hope that helped him in some way. But yeah, there's a series of cycles. There is divination that shows a glimpse of a possible future. And I think that's how some of these things are known. But I think it teaches more of a cyclical truth that we see and that we experience in different ways, and that applies to different levels of existence. I think that's part of that story. I appreciate it. So we have somebody over in the chat, Brown Locke, thinks that I made a really cool
Clip
little
worthy.
series of statements there that would make a good clip. I'm glad that you appreciated that. Yeah, I hope that was useful and meaningful to you guys. Let me find some other questions that we have while we're here.
I see a pretty juicy lore question for a lot of folks who might not be privy to it. I just had it, and now it's gone. About Eorn Gripper.
I don't see that. Oh, I do see that. How you gonna snatch the wheel out of my hand?
No, I was trying to gear us back.
Make a left. All right. Certain order to this. No, I think you're. No, we got one more that No, I'm just being obnoxious. We'll hit yours first. We've got one more question after yours that I see as of right now. Question you are referencing: High Plains Heathen. I also asked another one, I think. Anyways, Svan, besides in the Skald Skaparmal and the Gylfaginning, is there any other mention of Jarn Grieper?
Yeah, so
take it away.
One of the big things for those who don't know about Eorn Grieper, so the J is kind of like a double E sound, and Eorn, it means iron. It's the same word, Iron Gripper. And the one thing is that it's not actually a single glove, it's a double glove, because there is another one called Eorn Glover. So it is spoken that he has two gloves. And not one. The only reason why I want to emphasize that is because a lot of times when they do just the one glove, it's kind of associating more with like the Marvel analogy of like being able to throw and then catch and return. No, there was two gloves, and there was a belt that was given to Lord Thor, and it is called Mayenjorth, or Might of the Earth. And it is given to him by an Austvanir. Her name is Gríðr. And
doubles his strength.
Doubles his strength. And yes, and it's interesting because you find a lot of people who try to hypostasis the earth goddesses. We don't see that. We see that in multiplicity. So one of the big things is that Yarth is, again, the kind of Austvanir. She's primordial, aligns with the gods. She is that ever-giving sense of the earth. But there is another Austvanir who does, well, I would say two major things. She helps Lord Thor when he doesn't have a hammer. This is before he has a hammer. She gives him Iron Gripper and Iron Glove and gives him Earth Might, the belt. And she gives him an iron rod to fight against the primordial Jotuns of Ymir. And that's the first time she helps. The second time is she joins with the gods and she bears forth a child from them. And he is the Holy Lord Vidar, the wide ruler. And she is it's never said explicitly, but she is kind of held up as the Jarðr, and there is Gríðr, as almost like a counterpart, or perhaps like a sibling, an opposite sister, if you will, where Jarð is seen as fruitful and with water and deep, rich soil and the trees. Gríðr, on the other hand, her name means aggression or conflict. The shaking of the ground, the sundering of the plates, the soil, the lava flow. and the geysers and the sulfuric sense, the very kind of poisonous or darker side, the caverns, the crack and deep places of the earth. Gridr is seen as that is her dominion, and she gives the power of these iron items to Lord Thor, and it's just an interesting kind of just a little headspace of where I'm at with some of these things. It's interesting to me that the might of the earth is a belt around Lord Thor, and that he has, his iron gloves, a kind of like a positive and a negative. He has an iron rod within that circulating system, and
stick.
Yes, the aggression stick, the conflict stick, and then he has Mjolnir, ultimately the switch. So, in essence, I feel like one of the mysteries that the gods gave to us in this analogous sense is alluding to the magnetic and electrical power that Thor has, almost in a symbolic sense. A coil wrapped around a magnetized rod of iron creates an electromagnet. And I do believe very much so that Lord Thor, because they are gods, they understand how these things work. We do not. We learn them as we go, and I don't think it's incumbent upon them to teach us. They want us to earn this knowledge. And, when I speak about the 4 names of Thor, one of the names of Thor is Veir. And Ve, of course, means like a holy body, or could be a temple. But I've always kind of analogated it to the atom, that the most basic and building block or structure of creation is the atom, and he is the sanctifier of that holy space, which takes in the form of electricity or electrons. So applying the gods to all manners of things, we could speak about them esoterically. We could speak about them in the sense of lore and stories, and talk about why Thor wearing red or having a red beard, or like there was even lore studies about why his eyes and the mouth grimacing on the god poles. There's all that's kind of good stuff too. But you can see the gods in all things if you're willing to look, but it's not because they're omnipresent in the sense that they're just all the gods are everywhere. It's that they are clearly alluding to things. They're these hidden kind of secrets. You can see where their dominions keep them, and what the catalytic throne for Lord Thor and how he interacts with the worlds is, through this kind of sense of breaking catharsis, the flashing of light, the deep transference of heat in order to break imbalance or to create balance. Again, that's why tornadoes and hurricanes exist, because there's an imbalance and there's an attempt, to seek that balance. And oftentimes it's ripped asunder is what, brings that. So seeing the gods in everyone and in everything, or at least within their particular domains, is a practice that I really encourage people to do, not so that it can be like, oh, well, then that means, Thor is everywhere. It's that it builds your relationship with them. And what you begin to see is that the gods have great power. They are in a lot of places, and you can attest a lot of things to them that perhaps weren't always seen. Understanding that Thor is riding a chariot, is that where the chariot, the mobility or the vehicle of the gods, whether, we're talking about every Aryan branch has, the gods have vehicles, but why a chariot? Because historically we know how much significance the chariot had as a symbol of us being a people as we moved. There's even reference of it in the Bible in which it said that Yahweh could not conquer those who rode with iron wheels in the north. And they're, speaking of the Aryans. And then there was the Tyrannus amongst the Gauls, he had a wheel and a cudgel. A lot of this symbology is history, story, but it could also be more. It could be science. It could be or the understanding of the universe, big and small. But yeah, so Iron Gripper outside of the Gylfaginning and outside of which did he say? Which one was the other one?
Oh, you just said that.
Was it just the Gylfaginning?
Oh no, the Skull Scalper.
Spelled Scalper Small. Yeah, the biggest point of connection for me, and I don't think it does, but what I immediately would recommend is that if you're interested in this story, look up the Austvanir. Her name is Grythir, Grythir, is how I think it's spelled in English. And that is a very interesting story. And I can't remember, I was looking just now to see if there was a specific story outside of those two in mentioning Grythir, and I'm falling short. Let me just do one last thing here and see if I can. Or no, it's Grythr.
So while Svan's doing that, something I think is really important. What you'll find kind of a recurring theme on Victory Never Sleeps is the directionality of how we approach the gods and how we approach lore. I hit this a lot when I talk about runes, but one of the best things about runes is they're a lens to see and relate to the world through. Everything isn't some magical, the ether is opening up and bestowing some kind of special might because you see algae on the branches of a tree. But it does help you to see the world in a special and a holy way. It helps you to better understand it. So when we get people, and again, just the direction my life has taken me, maybe I don't see these things as often as I saw them when I first joined Asatru, when I first came home. But it was very common when I first came home to Asatru. You have people that, you know, every raven is some message from Odin. Maybe you're thinking about it wrong. Every raven, every time you notice a raven, it's not so much a message from Odin to you, but it's a way from you to connect to Odin. When you stop the course of your mundane day to notice something that brings your mind and your soul in alignment with our gods, that's special in and of itself. You know, maybe Odin didn't send you a raven to speak some sacred truth to you, but the fact that your soul, the divine element in you, recognized that raven and thought about the All-Father, that connects you in a special way to him, and not necessarily the other way around. That's just as important, and it's just as valuable. When you make these connections to science and elements of the world, it's not a special message from Thor to you so Thor can teach you about electricity. No, your better understanding about the power of electricity helps you to build a stronger bond with Asa Thor. And that's beautiful. That's special. It's just as good and just as meaningful. But the directionality really matters. So a lot of the time it's easy for people to poo-poo your, you know, whatever Monday, you know, whatever ridiculous little, like, I saw that street sign. It looks like this rune or whatever. Doesn't matter if it seems silly to other people. If it connects you and brings you closer to the Aesir, that's beautiful and that's valuable and that's great. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. That's a really important thing, but it's about directionality. And I think understanding that it's not a miracle you are witnessing, it is you coming into a closer relationship with the Aesir is important to help in your growth. But it's very meaningful and it's very valuable. And just the directionality, I think, really matters. So I think it's important to try to look at things that way. Svan, did you discover anything in your quick research?
So yeah, in Skaldskaparmál, it is mentioned at the most length, in which the translation of Gríðr means violence, contempt, or again aggression or aggravation. And it says Thor lodged for a night with the giantess Gríðr. She was, or she is. I'll amend that. She is Vidar's silent mother. She told Thor the truth about Geirrod, that he was a cunning giant and awkward to deal with. She lent him a girdle of might and 2 iron gauntlets of hers, as well as her staff, Gríðarval. Gríð's pole is what he translates it to, but again, violence staff. A battle club or a hate stick. And it's mentioned elsewhere in Thor's Draupa. It says in the feller of the dolphins of the steppes, most likely a kenning for the throngs of Jotuns coming over. He advanced with a violent temper with Gríðr's pole. And she is oftentimes, spoken of with the right intention that she is very a darker side of the earth. And, I think that Snorri had a tendency to slap Jotun on everything. But either way, the idea is that the primordial powers of the Vanir are very close to the primordial powers of the Jotuns. But eventually, after the war, the alignment of the primordials bring a lot of the Austvanir to the gods. And in doing so, they wed and they have children and they create other Aesir. In this case, Gríðr definitely gives birth up and out with Vidar, the Wide Ruler. So, that's a very interesting point that I don't think a lot of people get. But here's another thing I didn't realize. Saxo Grammaticus actually mentions her. And he says that she is the wife of the legendary King Dan of Denmark, a lady whom the Teutons accorded the highest of honors. Also, a witch of the same name appears in the Illua saga as Gríðar Fóstra, but that's all that's mentioned. I would have to look into more on that. But yeah, so 2 gloves, and that's why the mural, he has the 2 gloves, he has the belt, he has the rod of iron, and then he has Mjolnir. And I really wanted to emphasize that. I think it was important for me, and it is on every mural, to drop a lot of like little lore tidbits and things like that. And it's I want our folk to know that. I want our folk to be wise of that, and so that they can share that and hold that in their knowing. But yeah, so Iron Gripper and Eorn Glover are the gloves of Lord Thor, and they're made of iron.
All right. Last question of the night. Be more heathen. It might sound funny or strange, but I've done ritual in areas that were very specific Indian areas, feather, not dot, I assume, and felt or seen bad vibes, but didn't let it stop me at all because I feel as though this is where my family has shed blood and made home as well. So I'm trying to connect back to our ancestors, but have felt that they are trying to interfere. Again, sounds crazy, but I've noticed this. I won't let it stop me, though. Not really a question, but kind of a statement to react to. Svan, thoughts about engine spirits in that way?
Well, those are not, they're not folk, and so they're in the outer guard, and whether they are neutral or antagonistic. But we do believe that there are um, entities, spirits, geists that inhabit the lands around us, and sometimes they could be of the blood of the men folk that died in that land, and this includes our folk and perhaps even their folk. Um, and again, a lot of the times it's not even just the natives that were there, say when the folk came in, because there was probably native or other tribes before those tribes that were slain and absorbed and so on and so forth. I think that it's a point that we should move away from, that we should reclamate the land, and understand that the blood of our forefathers and non-folk forefathers of other folk or other people are in the land, but that our faith, our living state now, and our gods allows us to, again, like what you said, it's not going to stop you to walk forward and walk freely, and you can do that because we have one advantage: we are not the spiritual echoes or memories of the past. We are living now in the present, which gives us a major advantage. And so, when we reclamate land, when we take with a land taking, that's kind of what we're emphasizing. It's like, this is here, this is now, and I'm taking this land under my stewardship. I would definitely say, and this is just something that the Asatru Folk Assembly does, if you do find any perhaps sacred sites of non-folk that were living in the area, we always treat them with great respect, because again, that's a noble thing to do. We wouldn't defecate or evacuate in that area. We wouldn't leave it to be forgotten. We end up generally treating even non-folk grave sites as if how we would want to be treated. So that's very important. I'm not saying that the license of your taking the land and being the steward, it does give you the dominion. It gives you the reganum to take over and to do things, but it also means you have this, you have to default on your character of nobility. So if you find those places, you want to treat them well. And if there are known folk that want to come there and honor, you should give them the space to come there and honor if they want, or what have you. And I'm speaking not even just non-folk, but like people outside of the outer guard. Maybe they're Christians, maybe they're just, a family line or historical sense. And I think it's important that we do take care of that. And we don't, particularly desecrate any sort of particular sites. And I don't think that we should scorn or be mean towards other people's ways. I think it's very important. I would want our ways to be respected and not to be scorned or vandalized. I don't think we will find that very much amongst a lot of people. But that's, again, that doesn't matter. Our character, falling on our character, is more important than what perhaps they will do in hypothetical situations. The only other thing I could think of is some Asatru definitely incorporate some gift giving in a different way. They do mead, or they'll do certain items, but they'll also give some tobacco as an offering to the land spirits. And ultimately, I don't think that, I guess where the source of where they're coming from is perhaps this was a gifting currency amongst the land spirits here. Others just, it's like giving anything else. I mean, I've given tobacco to my ancestors because I knew that they smoked. So, however you perceive it, I don't really try to split the hairs on it or look side-eyed at it in any sense. It is giving a gift to the land. But eventually we have to get away from going outside of what a noble nature would be, which is to respect and to give that space if it's there. And if it's not, no, we take our space. We own it. And we give the land whites an ultimatum. You could be here and be honored here in the way that we honor you, or you can wend your way to somewhere else. So that's one of the, I think, the kind of big things. And I know people talk about like the American forest and cryptids and wendigos and skinwalkers and all that stuff. And I mean, I get it, but from my personal experience, it has always been of a greater mind to take stewardship of a place and honor those land spirits in the way that we do. And I think that in a lot of ways, the land spirits conform or perhaps reflect as to the lens or the eyes of the folk that see them. And, I'm not saying that our ancestors didn't have fearful sense of the outer guard. They didn't have fearful sense of the things on the outer edges. But once you take a place, the inner guard becomes very, very different. And the land spirits and the hoodoo folk, the house whites, they become a part of the ecosystem that works kind of either with you or hopefully is benign. And if they are not, you have to kind of establish the regnum. I don't think there's anything that the land spirits can do that you can't dominate with your own soul and your faith in the holy Aesir and your ancestors.
Certainly what Svan said. Don't be a jerk. I think that's sound advice. Take that and apply it to every possible piece of your life. Don't be a jerk. I think that's just rules to live by. There has been a disservice done to us over time and just in general as adult people. And you see this with animals, you see it with children, you see it with certain people to where they still have a very real and tangible sensory connection with the world beyond the veil. There's things. If they're just generic land spirits that happen to be used to dealing with Indians and now they're dealing with white folks, that's different. Certainly everything Svan said, if there's spirits of the area that just exist, that's the thing. We exist in reality. And where we go and where we travel doesn't alter reality. Reality is there. If there's existing spirits there that exist outside of a particular people that are relevant to just the land and the space, then yeah, you want to, when you're in that area, you want to certainly be respectful of them. And over time, they kind of incorporate, and we see this in holy space sometimes, they kind of incorporate into what you're doing or whoever's there if they have a positive relationship, or against whoever's there if they have a negative relationship. But then there's spirits of dead Indians or whatever the situation is. When we deal with ghosts, when we deal with the spirits of the dead, culturally we start out at a disadvantage because we start out fearful. why? If you are a complete coward in your normal life, then cool, be scared of the dead too. But if not, why are you scared? And you see this when you interact with any number of entities. You see this when you interact with dogs. Yeah, it's more consequence if you deal with like a Caucasian shepherd or something crazy, or cane corso or something, or a pit bull. If you start acting really scared, they're going to take advantage of that and they're going to hurt you. If you don't, you're going to fare a lot better. When you go to make a first impression with any person, if you're acting all scared and weak and victim-y, then it's going to open you up to people taking advantage of you. And I run into this a lot, and it's a common thing amongst generic pagan circles to be fearful of ghosts. If ghosts are people who have passed, I don't know, if you go to the supermarket and there's an Indian there and he gives you some attitude, are you scared of him? If you are, then maybe you should be scared of his dead ancestors. If you're not, then maybe you should not be scared of his dead ancestors. Don't be a jerk and treat them like you would treat someone in real life, in your regular existence. For example, if you have a friend of yours and the other day you were, giving him wet willies and, punching him in the arm and joking with him and whatever, and all of a sudden he gets hit by a bus. So next Tuesday, all of a sudden you're terrified of this like super powered ghost super shredder thing that's going to come after you. No, it's your dead buddy. He's still the same guy. He's just across the veil. And I don't mean any of this silly. I don't take it lightly, but I do take it to heart and I take it real. I love my grandpa. I loved him so much in life when I was a little boy. I love him now. And when I interact with him beyond the veil and I go to my altar, he's not some magical different creature. He's my grandpa. It works the same with friends or enemies, but don't project fear and be scared. If you're there because you have a right to be there, and own it. Be there. Don't be a jerk, but what are you scared of? And if you don't start out with fear, then I think you have nothing to be afraid of. And here's the other thing, and this is a point I wanted to make, and I kind of lost it over the course of this. Different people in different races and different countries and different groups of people all have different interests. Sometimes those interests conflict. Sometimes we have to fight about it. That doesn't make someone have to be the bad guy. Can both be good guys, but there's one drumstick, and it's I'm going hungry or you're going hungry, and we fight about it. Doesn't mean one of us is a horrible person. We just have different interests and we're competing over it. Because there is a conflict over the ownership of sacred space between you and your ancestors and some Indian and his ancestors. Yeah, fight, represent yours, stand up for yourself, go for it. I hope you win. Go team. But it doesn't mean he's a terrible person or he's a bad guy or some kind of demon. He's just on the other team. And all of these things are just something to frame your mindset when you're dealing with it. Don't be a jerk, but be proud of yourself. Don't project fear. You don't have anything to be afraid of, anything more than you would in normal life. Again, if you think you are up against some Indian god, then perhaps it's different. But if it's just, Billy Leaping Buffalo, just some dude that happens to be dead, own that. That's okay. Again, don't be a jerk. We don't disrespect the dead. That's because we're noble people. But I guess my long-windedness aside, the point being, if you believe you are interacting with dead humans, you know how to interact with humans. If you're an adult, you've been doing it for 20 years or so at least. Don't fundamentally change that just because it's something beyond what you're used to. Fundamentally. And I say that I've listened to Svan, and he did it in terms of a giantess, but I've caught myself several times tonight in side conversations. We do this. We talk about, I loved my mom. My mom was this. She was. No, screw that. I love my mom. She is this. She is that. We have to change the way we think about it. But when you do that, it affects your mindset. And if you're not fearful because it's some strange other thing, if it's, no, this is the engine dude I knew last week, but now he's dead, interact with him that way. And I'd say that for, hostile ghosts or ghosts of your friends or your family or anything else. If you're, I get long-winded on these things. I don't mean to, but I think they're really important concepts that I want to share what I've learned and how I think of them, because I don't think sometimes people always consider it that way. Yeah, when you treat something as other, and I think it's like people do with nature. When there's nature and then there's humanity, and they're like two different things, that's not how it's supposed to be. Why aren't we part of nature? Why aren't we nature? We're not mechanical. We're not, we are nature. We are a part of nature. We function within nature. That should affect how we approach things. If we're over here and nature's over there, it makes everything very different, and it makes things competing and contentious and one or the other. It doesn't work like that. If I have a relation, Svan is one of my very best friends. Svan gets hit by a bus tomorrow. He doesn't mutate into some strange creature. He's Svan. And I'm going to reach out at my altar, and he's my friend on the other side. And there shouldn't be a difference in that relationship. The more we create an artificial distance, the more we lose power. And for lack of a term, and I don't mean to cheapen this term, Alan, if you listen to this program, would scold me, don't make it weird. Like, that's the thing. And I say that with your situation you asked about, Indian spirits interfering with your land taking. But I also say it with approaching your altar and dealing with your ancestors. Don't make it weird. Or, as Alan would probably advise, make it weird. Don't make it something other or different or scary or a distance. If you knew Grandpa in life, then you know him in death and interact with him that way. I can only, in the root of everything we do in Asatru is on relationships. Imagine this, man, if I got my daughter will run up and give me a hug and just jump on me and demand I get her some cookies or some milk or whatever her nonsense is today. If something happened to me tomorrow and I passed away next week, how would I feel if she treated me as some strange foreign object thing? No, I'm her dad. If I loved her this week and she was, rattling on about whatever nonsense she wanted to watch on the TV and gave me a hug, how strange and foreign and just bad I would feel if she treated me as something strange and different when I was beyond the veil. And I think that should really affect just kind of our mindset on it. And I've rambled enough about it, but I feel strongly about it. I think it's something I think a lot of people maybe don't approach it in that way. And I hope that people start. I think it's an important thing. I've rambled about a lot of stuff tonight. That's kind of what I've been a theme a little bit. Apparently long-winded and teary-eyed Matt is the best Matt. Can't help it. This stuff's really important to me, and I get, you know what? Thought about that. So I get weepy on a lot of this stuff, and it's not, I've knocked back 4 mules tonight, so it's not like I'm not imbibing a little bit, but it's not that I do it. You should see me do a baby naming. God, I just gush. And I've never felt like that was a bad thing. Honestly, I feel, and I mean this. That's one of the things I'm most thankful for as a gift from our gods. I feel like I have the ability to be moved that way in a lot of places. And I think it affects me as a husband, as a father, but also as a leader of the AFA in a way that maybe I wouldn't have if I didn't tear up so easy over these things. So I feel a lot of these things really intensely, but I feel like that's very much a gift and something I'm really thankful for. But yeah, I appreciate you guys listening on that. I know I've kind of rambled here for a bit. So we've got next week our 100th episode, and then Svan and I are going to finish the Hárbarðsljóð 2 weeks from today on episode 101. I appreciate you guys so much for, listening to wherever the show ends up taking us. And sometimes it takes us interesting places. We had a long personal grooming segment this evening. So I'm not joking about the Mokahete gorilla, the gorilla snot. It will keep your hair where you want it, and it's adjustable and affordable. It's a solid product. Honestly think that Svan should sell it in his shop. And a little bit disappointed that he doesn't, but that's okay. I'm going to keep pushing it. No, thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you guys for all that you've done and all that you've contributed and been part of this program. You guys do add so much to what we do. Svan, you are amazing. Thank you so much for being on as a guest.
Thanks for having me.
You're awesome. I appreciate you sharing so much with us. It's really a blessing, and it's something that we get all the feedback in the world saying folks appreciate to have you on and sharing your wisdom with us. We'll figure out the schedules of when people are popping on and off, and Nick says we have the ability to host a lot of folks if people want to sit around and stay on. So we're going to have fun next week and see where it goes, but it's going to kind of be a celebration of 100 episodes of Victory Never Sleeps. So I invite everybody listening now to listen then. It may get deep. It may be silly. It may be a mixture of both. but it should be a good time, and I look forward to sharing it with you guys. Appreciate y'all. Hope you guys have a good night. Till we talk to you next time, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.
Good night.